Yeah. We ain't done. Y'all know what the fuck it is, man. Let's go. Oh my God, it's that. I'm not even at my best yet. I can't slow down, it's a death threat. She said, oh, it's really cause of me. I'm like, yes. Diamonds in the cut, I ain't need a medic. Like a brown skin, big booty, yeah. And her name and legacy said, I'm not your girl. Don't call me a legacy, sorry, you right. That's my bad. That shit get tricky when you running out of bands and the crew really like me. I'm the man. I'm like, girl, I'm in the zone. I'm like, girl, leave me alone. We done made it all the way from basement home. So what the fuck do you want? Yeah. Like, girl, what you want? I told her do not call my phone. I told her do not call my phone. And now they all on my drip. Yeah. It's really all on my drip. Hey, we really all in the mix. It's really all in the mix. Yeah. Oh my God, it's that. I'm not even at my best, yeah. I can slow down, it's a death threat. She said, oh, it's really cause of me, yeah.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the DJ that keeps the hits coming.
Run it up. I'm in the kitchen, cooking up something new, yeah. She's singing along to our favorite tune, wow. Enjoying the breeze from Toronto, they admire my watch.
You're rocking with the best.
Like you had something to share. What's up? I thought so, okay. I'm back in this game, now you're waiting on the bench. I thought so, okay. He's back in this place like he had left something behind. Celebration for tonight, I'm feeling ready for the night, yeah. Confidence high, we making moments to remember, and leaving behind the worries, moving forward favor. Got a plan but no rush, just taking it slower and better. Embracing the job with Brandon and Joy, right?
You're rocking with the DJ that keeps the hits coming.
Negativity, let's lift up. This energy's electric, bringing us together. Feeling alive and fulfilled. Shawty saying that I am the one. Who does she think she's talking to? She wants someone who brings unity.
Breaking off another hot explosive mix.
This culture empire. Numbers don't lie, they testify. Books, open case law. Reading every line like a judge on the last call. Turn credit acceptance to a conquest. Took a contract apart.
We're about to take it back.
Gotcha, bitch. Thomas in the lab, books open, case law. Reading every
You're
line like a judge
rocking
on the
with
last
the
call.
best.
Turn credit acceptance to a conquest. Took a contract apart. Made him confess. Consumer finance, that's chess, not checkers. Built a blueprint, now we training whole sectors. From the payment plans to the charge-off sheets. He can map out the money like Manhattan streets. Understand risk.
You're rocking with the best.
Break a deal down, show the hidden obligation. He don't chase clout, he chases precision. Every decimal in place like a surgeon's incision. Supreme elite, we got receipts.
You're rocking with the DJ that keeps the hits coming.
We see a breach, Thomas turn pressure and the long term wins. Dark in the hook, but the numbers still glow. Empire built slow, while the cash flow grows. Supreme elite, we got receipts. Every page proof that the squad still knows. Accounting on point, every entry aligned. From the pool to right down balance, never behind. He could trace every fee that they padded in the margin. Pull a spreadsheet up, whole case starts talking. Securitization, he can see through the stack. Those tranches trust, bring the paper trail back. They bundle up the debt, try to bury it deep. Thomas read the prospectus like a wolf in a sheep. Litigation mind, he'll cross X and pivot. Turn a weak clause to a weapon in a minute. From discovery to trial, strategy tight, knows which doc makes the judge sit upright. New culture empire, that's
You're rocking with the best.
Teams how the system pretend. Supreme elite forming up under his lead. He plant real knowledge like a long-term seed. Supreme elite, we got receipts. Stamped in the ledgers and the court transcripts. Supreme elite, we got receipts. Every page proof that the squad still knows, yeah.
Every claim, every fee, Every clause, every plea, if the math don't match,
Gotcha, bitch!
then the truth ain't free.
He could track that trail through the ledges and lies. Pull facts from the fog, put a win in your light. Supreme elite, they study while the loud ones tweet in the dark. Thomas still reading receipts.
You're rocking with the best.
Supreme elite. Supreme elite.
You're rocking with the best.
Let's stop sugarcoating the pro se legal space. If you scroll through TikTok, YouTube, or Instagram, every self-proclaimed legal guru is screaming the same thing. Are you facing foreclosure? Have you been sued? Here is the magic loophole to save your home. But notice what they all have in common. They are teaching you how to play defense from behind the 8-ball. They want you to wait until you are months in default, cash-strapped, and panicking before you fight back. Why? Because panic sells courses. Panic drives clicks. But it's a trap. By the time most borrowers run to social media looking for a way to magically wipe out their debt and keep a free house, the lender has already established a clear breach of contract. There is an entirely different way to play this game. Attacking the underlying debt at inception, while you are current, as a proactive plaintiff. Take Thomas versus Credit Acceptance Corporation. The Eastern District of Virginia is known nationwide as the Rocket Docket because of its brutal, hyper-fast trial schedules. Filing an offensive federal lawsuit while keeping your account in good standing shifts the entire gravity of the litigation. You aren't a defaulting debtor begging equity to stop an auction. You are a proactive consumer forcing a financial institution to answer for a structural statutory violation. The internet gurus won't tell you the real court data because the truth ruins their business model. What percentage of unrepresented pro-SE borrowers actually beat a bank in a foreclosure? Less than 2%. When a pro-se borrower manages a win, it is almost never a permanent cancellation of the debt. It is a temporary procedural dismissal. The bank messes up a deadline, misses a notice provision, or can't immediately find the physical promissory note. The case gets tossed without prejudice. The pro se community throws a victory party on social media. But what happens next? The bank fixes the error, refiles a brand new lawsuit, and wins. But the guru posting the dismissal without prejudice never ever posts the new update and resulting loss. Lenders do this all the time. In the landmark Florida Supreme Court case Bartram versus U.S. Bank, the court ruled that a dismissal does not stop a bank from refiling a foreclosure for subsequent defaults. The debt doesn't magically vanish. In Singleton versus Graymar Associates, the court explicitly laid out that a prior dismissed foreclosure action does not trigger res judicata or bar a lender from filing a fresh case. The bank simply recycles the lawsuit, corrects their paperwork, and takes the property anyway. If you want to win, you have to stop relying on late-stage internet myths. Stop waiting to default. Understand the statutory frameworks and hit them at inception on a clean slate. In today's live stream, we are breaking down the hard data, exposing the magic bullet lies, and mapping out what a real offensive legal strategy looks like. Drop your questions in the chat. Let's get into it. And if you need real assistance, real support, and real viable claims, connect with the New Culture Empire. Services are not free, support is not cheap. If you reach out, be prepared to pay.
Came on reading numbers, they were reading memes. We was reading filings, planning out the dream. Turn every loss in the
You're
assets.
rocking with
How you
the
turn a loss in
best.
the last check? Thomas took notes, broke codes, then he proved it. Now the classroom global and the language fluid. Thomas is the blueprint, blueprint. Write that in the sky, let the crew print, crew print. From the courtroom smoke to the Newman. He designed the way we move our 2 cents. Thomas is a blueprint. Supreme Elite team, that's the school stamp. From the first lay bill to the full camp. New culture empire, watch the flag plan. Supreme Elite team, you.
You're rocking with the best.
Welcome. We are back for another one. And today, we are going to talk about something that they will never tell you online. We're going to talk about instances where you scroll online and you see dismissals without prejudice in a foreclosure case. You're going to see dismissals and you're going to see people tout them as we won the foreclosure. What they're not going to tell you is that a foreclosure dismissal without prejudice does not mean the underlying debt was canceled. It does not mean that the debt, the note, decelerated. It doesn't mean that the borrower no longer has to pay. What it means is the lender didn't have the proper documents, probably some missing endorsement, chain of assignments, and when the borrower raised that in their defense, instead of the plaintiff, the lender, fighting it or moving for a judgment based on the pleadings, it's called judgment on the pleadings, they dismissed their own case because they said, oh, yeah, that is true. We may not be able to foreclose. So in that manner, what they're going to do is they're going to dismiss their own case. They're going to correct the errors and then they're going to refile. They're not going to tell you this. So before we get into the actual law backing me up on this, I ran across this video on Instagram and I found the video to be very interesting. So we're going to play this video on Instagram and we're going to, y'all got to see it. So give me 1 second. Let me cue it up. Hold on 1 second. TikTok. Shout out to TikTok. TikTok is in the building too. Shout out to TikTok. TikTok is in the building. Give me 1 second. I want y'all to see this. I don't even know what you call it. I guess a foreclosure defense. It was actually sent to me by somebody. I don't know. I'm trying to cue it up now. trying to cue it up now. Golly. Let me see. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. This is what I mean, boy. Verizon is some shit. Verizon is some garbage. So it's not. Okay, I think I got it here. All right. So it is loading here. It's loading up right now. Yo, it can't be this slow. It can't be this slow. It cannot be this slow. It cannot be this slow. Let me see if I could do it this way. God damn. Got to be more careful. Got to be more. Let me do it like this. Let me see if I could do it this way. Let me see if I could do it this way. Hold on. For some reason, it don't want to load up. For some reason, I guess they don't want me to. What they say when they don't want the truth out. But hold on. I am going to find a way to upload it. I thought it is uploaded in my computer, but I just don't know exactly where's it at. So let me guess, it should be coming up soon. So this is a person from a mortgage specialist on Instagram. There we go. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I could do it like this. So this is a mortgage specialist on Instagram. And woo-wee. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. So whatever the case may be, I don't think I will be able to load it up because it looks like, let me edit. No, I don't need to edit. So yeah, it looks like we have to get straight to the case because I have it here. And basically, I'm gonna have to just do it like this. So I'm gonna have to share it. All right. So I got how I'm gonna do it. I got how I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna have to share my entire screen and just do it like that. So let me put all this. I'm gonna have to do it like this. I don't know why it's like that. Here we go. All right, here we go.
Okay, so if the borrower is always defined as the grantor, we ask ourselves this.
Okay, all right. Hold on, let me run it back. So this was part 3. I tried to find part 1 and 2. So it says, Black woman reveals mortgage scam in America. Do not pay your mortgage until you hear this. Now, in my intro, that's exactly what I highlighted. In these spaces, it's always going to be it's always an emotional hook that they use to get you. If you're facing foreclosure, if you're being sued today, don't pay your foreclosure. Don't do this. Don't do that. It's a scam. You know you don't really owe. You funded your own loan anyway. So a borrower that's in distress, in a high stakes, and they hear that, they package these prices. They package these prices for the purpose of getting you to pay right now. And don't question because your situations doesn't allow you to question right now. It's an emotional hook. Why do you think 98% of services today online is always from a defensive, behind the eight ball position? If you're being sued, if they're debt collecting against you, if they're doing this, but where is the before you get sued? Hold on, let's bring these claims while you're still in the green. See, they have nothing for you in this space. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm one of the very few that has anything for both sides of the fence. They don't know what to do if your account is in the green. They have no clue. Nobody knows. Nobody thinks they even have a claim when you're current. And then they wonder why you don't see titles online like that. Why you don't see real majority of free and clear titles to properties. You want to know why you don't see it like that? Because everybody wants to defend from a defaulted borrower's position. They don't even fathom this stuff unless they're in legal trouble. So let's hear what she has to say.
So if the borrower is always defined as the grantor, we ask ourselves, then what the hell does grantor mean? Grantor is just to grant something. We're going to keep it stupid simple. We're not going to overcomplicate this. If I'm a grantor, that means I have the ability to grant something. What am I granting? You start having to ask these questions, guys. You got to ask questions. All right, the continuation. If you are the grantor, it means that you are the one that funded the contract. This is your standing. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. Shit. So, aside from the theatrics, this is exactly what I mean online. So I'm going to run it back for you one more time so you can catch what she's saying.
So if the borrower is always defined as the grantor, we ask ourselves, then what the hell does grantor mean? Grantor, it just means that you have the ability to grant something. We're going to keep it stupid simple. We're not.
Right there. The grantor remember, you got to remember the things that I say. They'll take a meaning that's already settled on the deed of trust or mortgage agreement, meaning you are granting them a security interest in the property as security for the debt. The note is the debt. The deed of trust of the mortgage establishes the lender's security interest in the property, meaning they have a lien on the property. So if you don't make your monthly periodic payments according to the note, then they have a right to legally seize your home. That's why foreclosures are in rem proceedings. It's not a claim against you, it's a claim against the property. So when you're granting them a security interest, remember they take the vague meanings, they take the word and apply it vaguely. It's limited to the security interest in the mortgage. So she is factually incorrect right here.
Going to overcomplicate this. If I'm a grantor, that means I have the ability to grant something. What am I granting? You start having to ask these questions, guys.
You're granting them a security interest in the property as it states on the mortgage. See, y'all, we can't continue to look at a mortgage agreement, look at a contract, look at these things, and then try to apply a different intent to what the lender's intent is on the contract. This is the consumer lens. This is how they see the contract. You granted them a security interest in the property. Everybody knows that. But as soon as you come online, you gave them something else.
continuation. If you are the grantor, it means that you are the one that funded the contract. This is your standing.
You can do all the heel toes you want. You can do all the theatrics. You can jump up and down and do the Watusi all you want. You're wrong, social media guru. You're wrong. No, you did not fund the contract at the origination stage. Remember, there are at least 4 transactions that are taking place, that are simultaneously taking place. They're really, if you want to get technical and all the back-end insurance and the trust managers and collateral agents, it's really about 12 to 15 transactions taking place simultaneously. Yes, I've tracked them. But 4 is what I teach, because that's more what you, like, you not knowing the other 7 doesn't hurt your case, because the most important ones are the 4. Now, there's a transaction that takes place right after the application. There's a transaction that takes place right before your closing. There's a transaction that takes place right after closing. And there's a transaction that takes place after all the contracts and the agreements have been memorialized. So it's 4 transactions simultaneously, and all 4 transactions are dependent on each other. So it's impossible for you to fund your own loan unless you're also a person who underwrites the loan, who issues securities against your own loan, unless you went to one of their warehouse lines of credit and you got clout with them and they gave you the money and they applied the money to their line of credit. But none of us are nowhere near that world. You don't even have the qualifications to even operate in that world. So no, you are not an institutional lender. You did not set up credit facilities in order for you to fund loans, to fund originations by lenders. So no, you did not fund your own loan. That is the variation of the vapor money theory. And you are subject to dismissal under Rule 12b-6 or sua sponte for failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. And you are subject to possible sanctions for advancing frivolous claims that the courts deem that are being advanced to delay proceedings, waste time, and obstruct the administration of justice. So no, you did not fund your own loan. There's nobody online that has ever successfully won that argument. And if they said they did, they're lying to you, because I can show you how corporate financing works. I can track the money from the application stage to after your loan was approved to the time they're dragging your ass in court. And at no point did the borrower fund anything as relates to the origination stage. So ma'am, you are wrong again. You can do all the dancing all you want.
Y'all follow me, because I want to teach you. I don't want to just help you extinguish your mortgages, guys. I really like people who want to learn the process. So don't mind me, all right? This is how I teach. But if you are a grantor, that means you're granting something. That means, guess what? You are the one that funded this contract.
And then I would sit up in the questions, and she was like, any questions? I raised my hand. I said, ma'am, you said that the borrower funded the contract. Can you explain the process from an accounting standpoint on how that would look on financial statements of position, how they account for the borrower funding the contract? How would that play out in a if I had to report this transaction on my financial statements of position? Because if I funded the loan, that means, let's say it was 500,000. If I funded my loan at 500,000, then of course the transaction took place that's over 10,000. So I know I would have to alert the IRS that I paid $500,000 to the bank. Now, when the IRS checks that with the bank's going to be like, no, you never gave me 500,000. I gave you 500,000. And in exchange for funding your loan, what benefits did you get? because you can't have it both ways. It doesn't work like you funded your loan, but they're still foreclosing on you for non-payment. So we got to get out of this. This is a trick that they do to get you paying twice. It's a little double switcheroo, trickaroo that they use. No. If you funded your own loan, then there will never be a foreclosure. If borrowers funded their own loans, there would be no foreclosures taking place in the United States. And I don't want to hear where they're double dipping and they're tricking. No. Because if you funded your loan, where's the agreement that calls for you funding your own loan? Because there's no pseudo or implied agreements there. That has to be in writing. If you loan something to the bank, that's in writing. They have their own lending agreements when the banks borrow securities from their customers and stuff. These are in writing. The SEC won't even allow it to be in any other way but writing. So where is the agreement that you have with the bank that states that you're funding your own loan? Because it has to be in writing. I don't want to hear that pseudo-legal, oh, no, they're just tricking you. No, they didn't. No, it has to be in writing under federal laws. People go to jail behind stuff like that. So where's it at? Can somebody show me an agreement that they have with the bank where it states that they're going to fund their loan? Because that fundamentally changes your relationship. There's not a court in the world that's going to uphold a foreclosure when there's sufficient evidence to prove that you actually funded the loan. So what consideration did you get? What consideration did you give? Why are you funding your own loan? What's the purpose of going to the bank to fund your own loan? If you could fund your own loan, then you could purchase the house outright. See, now when the courts apply the economic reality and what makes economic sense and how does mortgages really go across America, they're not going to accept this answer here. When they see thousands of people and they got mortgages themselves, and it's a known fact, when you go to the bank to get a loan, the relationship is debtor-creditor. That's a known fact. I don't give a damn if you have another implied relationship. The relationship is debtor-creditor. They're the creditor, you're the debtor. That's why you don't win. You can't even get the logics of this shit down pat. Everything got to be an esoteric, out there in Jupiter type of theory.
For those of you that get a little ahead, yes, this contract is a trust, and you should know where I'm going with this. So you're going to scroll all the way.
Oh, I can't let you get past that. The contract is a trust. Where is the legal justifications and breakdowns for this contract being a trust? You see, this is what they all do. They'll throw a word out there and they'll just skip right along. Well, how is a negotiable instrument a trust? Now, if you're talking the deed of trust, yes, you are granting them a security interest in your property. Secure your repayment under the note. There's no esoteric benefit you're getting there. The benefit's on them. Remember, let me take the consumer lens off. Hold on, let me replace the consumer lens with the corporate finance lens now. All right, corporate finance lens. So, when they have you get insurance, you're getting insurance, not property damage and hazard insurance. The insurance that you're paying is already calculated and built into your contract, to the amortization schedule. It's already built in. So part of your monthly payments, they already factor that in. So you're paying to protect the lender in case you default. That's what you're paying. So everything, and at this stage of the transaction, the only thing you're getting is the value of the money, the value of the home. That's what you got. You got the equivalent value, meaning that $500,000, they provided that $500,000 so you could benefit from the $500,000 being provided to the seller. Now to them, you have to pay it back. If we just accept this stage of the transaction for what it is, I guarantee you it will start to make your claims more valuable once you start looking at it from reality. But everybody wants to fight the transaction at this stage, and you will never win. You will never win on this argument at this stage of the transaction. Absolutely not.
On any review of trust, and you're going to see this beautiful, beautiful section called transfer of rights in the property. When you get to this section, y'all, all right, is one to read. The security instrument secures to lender the repayment of the loan and all renewals and modifications of the note.
That's exactly what it does. And it means nothing more than, if you're trying to make it mean something else, it means nothing more than what it says. If it's a modification, it's a renewal, a reinstate, that's what the security interest provides. Now, transfer of rights in the interest, that deals with if they transfer the note, they transfer their security interest to another party, or if you say, hey, I'm in my mortgage, I got to pay $650,000 back. I found a sucker to sell it, to buy the home for $750,000. Now, yes, you can actually sell your home while it still has a deed for $750,000. You just got to give them $650,000 of it back, and you keep the $100K. You get what I'm saying? Or if somebody wants to assume your mortgage, it's called an assumption of the loan. When someone assumes the mortgage, that means the original, okay, let's say you assume the mortgage for like Chase. Want to know why? Because my parents' $850,000 home, that's how they got it. Or they assumed the loan from my uncle's parents-in-law. The wife died, the husband moved in with my uncle. So pretty much sold the home to my mom and my stepdad. They went and assumed it. So how it went was they had to put 50 racks down. They had to put 50 racks down. Bam. They put 50,000 down. Then second, they had to go through the checks for the assumptions and all this with JP. It's a very tedious process. So now the bank paid off the seller, Mr. Bob, for what he wanted for the home. Bam. And they did it that way instead of him selling it to a person they could got more money, because they wanted to keep it somewhat in the family. So they paid off, the bank paid off Bob's note. And then Mr. Bob got like an extra 50, 60,000 on top. That's what he tacked on to it. So the bank paid that note off, right? And then bam, once the assumption period's over, then it carries on to my parents' note. But when you assume the loan, that's a very different process within itself. But many people in this spaces, they're not coughing up 50,000 to assume a loan and take over a mortgage for their own. No, this is a foreclosure. I'm in trouble. Run over here to these spaces.
I'm going to say that again. The security instrument, meaning this deed of trust, this security deed, this deed of trust, whatever the hell they want to call it, right? Secures to the lender the repayment of the loan. Stop right there. So you telling me the actual instrument itself pays for itself?
What did I tell you? What did I tell you yesterday? They all have a literal meaning and literal interpretation of what they read. 98% of pro se do-it-myself litigants always interprets things from a literal standpoint. She actually thinks the security interest itself actually serves as payment, because it says the security instrument secures to the lender repayment of the loan and all renewals and modifications of the note. So she's not even understanding the note is the actual debt. Even on the secondary market, even deep behind the scenes, the deed of trust ain't shit. The deed of trust ain't shit. The deed of trust was put there. Remember, they use trust law to siphon the property from you. They use accounting, corporate finance lens to hide the realities of what's going on from you, because they layer it amongst layers and layers and layers. So you got to pick through multiple layers to even get to the actual reality what's going on. They know many people don't have the time to figure that out. So then the odds of people every day just figuring that out is slim to none on their end. And then they use contract law to stick you with the debt. I done analyzed hundreds of mortgage agreements, deeds of trust. They have taken real life corporate finance technical terms that there's used on the secondary market, and they merged it in to the deed of trust, and then they added clauses. They added clauses to the deed of trust to make the terms more favorable than them. The deed of trust, yes, it's called a deed of trust and it secures the interest to the lender, but the deed of trust has characteristics of a specific term that I went over in depth. And this was actually confirmed by a top level official. But they add these clauses in there. This is why you can ask the question, well, how the hell does it say if on September 1st, 2052, the note remains due and payable, or the balances are unpaid, all remaining balance will be due and payable on September 1st, 2052. But yet again, they have a accelerations clause built into the contracts and the deed of trust, meaning if I don't make my monthly periodic payments, then they can foreclose on the home before the 30 years. That was the inserted clause they added into it, because in all actuality, the note doesn't fully mature till 30 years, but they add those cleanup calls within. So they're taking the corporate finance world terminologies. They're taking all these securities laws, corporate finance times, and they're interwoven them inside of a consumer contract. This is why I uncover the 5 lenses of the contract, because you actually think you're in a 100% consumer transaction, and you're in every transaction but that. You are in a highly complex, multi-tier, multi-level corporate finance transaction when you engage in any transactions that are securitized. The, the, the rules change at least 5 different times throughout the course of it. The rules change. Yeah, it's a promissory note this day. It's something totally so different on the second day. 2 weeks down the line, now it's something else. That note morphs into 5 or 6 different things. All got their own sets, and that's how they hide and layer it up. Because in court, you're going to be stuck in time with the negotiable instrument. It freezes the transaction at the inception. So in court, and they know this too, so they put a ring around the transaction. They put a time freeze. So regardless of all the metamorphosis the note took on during this course as over the life of the loan, when they go to court, the actual reality what's going on, it's not going to be nowhere mentioned. The transaction is going to be stuck at the time you signed the note, because at the time you signed the note, it was a promise to pay. They're going to leave it there. You notice that, right? They keep it right at the beginning. That's manufactured on purpose. And that's the shield that they do to shield consumers from the corporate finance world.
That's exactly what this just told you. Y'all overcomplicated because you weren't taught how these things work. You weren't taught how to actually perform, okay?
It's this typical, no one ever told you this. I'm the savior. No one taught you this. And ma'am, you're wrong. And this is how everybody starts to believe the same things, because you got plenty of people all saying the same wrong things. So the average person automatically thinks it's true. But when a person like me comes around, everybody starts to look at me like my head's on fire, because I'm speaking a totally different language than what many people are used to hearing.
We don't pay for things around here. We perform our duties. Stay with me. You got to start learning what these words really mean.
The deep esoteric meanings. I told you everything. It don't mean pay. We don't pay. We perform. You're basically saying the same thing. because your performance on the contract is the actual payment that you're making. There's no different way to substitute. I'm telling y'all, it's all centered around these packages, these courses, these templates, these webinars. It's all centered around not paying for things the normal, legal, and commercially acceptable way. And there is not a system set up to honor any payments outside the normal, commercial, acceptable means. There's not even an accounting system set up for it. This is why I say they don't understand how corporate finance works. They don't understand the advanced levels of accounting because they wouldn't know these things. Even if they wanted to accept it, there's nothing in the accounting world that even can accommodate it. No, there's no secret accounts that's hooking all of our transactions through our social security number up to the treasury account. No, it doesn't exist. Every account that's on the books of the United States Treasury is open for public inspection. The GAO puts out quarterly reports and yearly reports on the state of affairs and the balance sheets of the federal government. And none of our secret accounts are there in no capacity. And I don't want to hear, you think they're going to publish it? It's a secret. Then if it's so much of a secret, then you wouldn't know it. If the government really wanted to keep this a secret from us, why is the teachers the only ones that know then? If it's supposed to be a big secret. You know, different. If the government don't want me to know something, I'm not going to know. Come on, y'all know how this goes. Y'all know how this goes.
Okay? So that means the security instrument basically pays for itself, y'all. That's exactly what this means.
The security instrument pays for itself. The security instrument pays for itself. Can you please tell that to someone who's facing foreclosure? The security instrument, that is the sovereign citizen pseudo legal interpretation. They have to add their own opinions and interpretations because they don't understand. They are totally oblivious to how corporate financing really works. They are it is a highly complex system. So I understand why many people stay away from it. It's easier to say that. It's easier to say the security instrument pays. It's easy to say that than to figuring out, damn, there's 4 to 5 transactions that's taking place simultaneously, all governed by different rules and standards. I got to break down and understand the rules and governs that each one and tie it back to my transaction. See, that's too much. That's too much to do. It's easier just to do it this way. That path of least resistance mentality can sometimes come back to bite you in the ass in these spaces.
Renewals and modifications of loan. It don't matter what they do, whatever they want to do with it. It pays for itself. Check me. Y'all know how, bro.
Ma'am, the reality of the world fact checks you. Like, I don't even have to put it in a Google search. I already know what it's going to say. You're wrong. See, unlike you, ma'am, I've actually studied and live on that side of the fence. I actually read balance sheets. I actually decipher items of income. I actually point out misclassifications of items of income. I can actually tell you what you're paying in your finance charge. I can derive the source of these extra charges and hidden fees. Speaking of the hidden fees, extra charges, sign up. You want your report done, get the ledger. The hidden figures, get the ledger. It doesn't work like that. Trust me, ma'am. It doesn't. It's impossible. Remember, the investors have to get paid. So if your security agreement or deed of trust pays for itself, what is the accounting measures and how do they liquidate it? The money has to come from a tangible source. How do you account for that as payment? There is no non-cash payments that goes to investors. It's all principal and interest collections, cash money. There's not, see, we got to stop taking this pseudo-legal sovereign way of financing and the foundation that there's some secret account that's all just somewhere paying for everything. They can always tell you it's in a coupon method in. They can always tell you, but when I ask every single one of them, how does the accounting for that works? Because all you're really saying is you're going to my social security account and take the money out. I'm sorry, that doesn't work. It doesn't work in these transactions. So where is the tangible cash coming from, and how would they liquidate? How would they liquidate that deed of trust? I just told you the deed of trust has no value on the secondary market, so you can't even find a market to sell it. There has to be a market for these things. You're dealing with the secondary market. It is outside the scope of social media guru teachings. It's outside the scope. This is why your bonded promissory notes don't work. This is why your own self-created instruments don't work that you send to the SEC and these bonded and these bonds and all that. You want to know why? Because number one, it's based on a frivolous and false belief. And number two, there's not even a market for it. You can't even convert that into a treasury security. It has no value at all. There's no demand for it at all. There's nobody that's willing to purchase that at all. Why do you think they're able to sell these mortgage-backed securities and asset-backed securities? Because the payment is from mortgage and auto loans contract related to the underlying debt. They know their payment is coming when the borrower makes their payment. That's physical cash money via electronic form. But that's something tangible. You can see where the money's coming from. How? Hold on. Let me take the corporate finance lens off. Hold on. All right, investor lens. All right, let's put the investor lens on. As an investor, how would you want your money coming from a tangible source? Meaning somebody's making a monthly payment to the issuer and then they're forwarding that payment over to you. Would you want that? Or would you want these instruments and these theories and these bonds that you hear online? And this shit that I don't understand. Many people who push these theories, they don't ever accept it as payment themselves. Anybody that's pushing these international promissory notes, they will never accept it as payment for themselves for services. You notice that, right? Remember, you pay them real money. They give you a fictitious, fraudulent instrument to pay your debts, while they take your real money and pay their debts.
All right, the continuation. You're going to then go to a section and you're going to see this thing called RESPA. One of my favorite parts. RESPA. Of funds held in escrow as defined under RESPA, the lender shall. Did it say the lender might? It said shall. All right, shall. The lender shall account to borrow for the excess funds in accordance with RESPA. So that means if there's extra money laying around that they laid on you, which we know they did because I taught you guys already on my previous videos that they hypothecate your loans. We're not there yet. I'm trying to help y'all just learn the vocabulary. All right. So that tells me if there's money left.
Okay. So we're gonna break that down too. This is the buffoonery. This is the buffoonery in these spaces. This is the buffoonery. It says if there's excess after escrow, taxes, fees, all the hidden costs have been expensed, and there's a surplus remaining, all they got to do is just account for it, provide you an accounting. That doesn't mean, see, the average person is going to hear that and they're immediately going to start thinking, I can get some money back. I told you, it's always, their mind can't go anywhere but how do I get money out the situation. They can't get off that. They just have to give you an accounting for it. What did, and just, all right, just put yourself in the corporate finance lens again. Hold on, let me move the lens. Corporate finance lens. You're the lender, I'm the borrower. There's a $350 surplus in escrow after all taxes titles been paid. Do you actually think that they're going to cut you a check for that 350 when you still that you gonna cut me a check for 350 when I still got a $350,000 unpaid remaining balance? See, that's not even the real argument. If there was a major surplus left over, see, I would call into question. See, I would break the. I said, oh, I smell something. I smell some dirty diapers here. Why is the escrow? Why is there a surplus in the escrow in the first place? Did you? Is that part of your over collateralization that you did on me? So is this evidence that you actually got me paying 3, 4, 5 times more than what the actual economic value of the note is? I mean, I know you do discounts. I know you do this. I know you take your projected defaults. I know you calculate all that over the life of the loan. Or you may put it in buckets, in the age in buckets. Or you may do it based on the pool basis, based on the whole pool with similar characteristics. So I know you're already projecting to take a loss on this. I already know you did your adjustments and your calculations. I know you calculated the finance charge so you could make some money off the top. I ain't mad at you. I understand the game. I respect the game. I'd probably be doing the same thing if I was on that side of the fence, making hundreds and thousands of dollars a week. I'd probably be doing the same thing. See, I already know the numbers don't add up. I already know the sources for the number. So the mere fact that there's an actual surplus in the escrow, that will call into question as, maybe you are adding a little bit on the top, sprinkling that 0.5% effective daily interest, hiding it inside of the other fees and stuff so it doesn't touch the APR, annual percentage, of what the state law allows. So I know it's still going to say 8% on the contract, but you're going to sprinkle that 0.2% in. That's the extra $30, $40 that you're charging me. That's unaccounted for. You're going to sprinkle that 0.1% in there somewhere. So you add those 0.1s, 0.2%, so minute, so small, nobody looks for it. But when you add it up over the course of 30 years, those are tens of thousands of dollars that you paid in interest, which violates statutory law. But you just because it says 8% on the con, this is what I mean. We got to be able to see down the street, see around the corner, anticipate, go down roads that nobody is going down. Everything that's talked about online, that's a guarantee. That should be an alert to you. It's what the system doesn't talk about. It's what the system doesn't require. Remember, TILA, what piqued my interest with TILA is the broad reading of the statute. Speaking of TILA, let's actually bring up TILA. Because I keep talking about it. Let's just bring it up for a second. 15 USC. Let's do, what's it? 1601? 1601, ain't it? All right. All right. I think, okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is you always got to look at the congressional intent. Now, when you look at the congressional intent, and then you look at all these congressmen, secretaries of the treasuries over the past years, and people that serves as a contact treasury officials, you always got to look at their background, right? So when you look at their backgrounds, you got to understand, where did these people come from? These people come from fucking Bear Stearns, Blacksmith. They come from that world, a heavily securitization world. So you always got to look at the background of the board. So they come from that world. Henry Paulson came from that world. Steve Mnuchin came from that world. Other treasury officials, they all come from that world. Wall Street, the secondary market, because this is the new standard for Wall Street giants. You make massive amounts of money on Wall Street, have a very successful career on Wall Street, and then you go get into government and politics. That's the apex. Like that's the I made it moment. You conquer Wall Street, then you move up to government. Right. So a lot of these economic policies, people that sits on the board of governors of the Federal Reserve systems. I don't know if y'all looked up the board of governors and looked up the schools that they went to, but I've done that. They all come from this world. So when you keep that in mind, where they come from, now you have more perspective when you start to read these statutes that are enacted, because these statutes actually says things like TILA we about to get into. But I notice about TILA, there's a lot of things that TILA remains silent on. That's not by accident. They remain silent on a lot of things. All right. The Congress finds that economic stabilization will be enhanced and the competition among the various financial institutions and other firms engaged in the extension of consumer credit will be strengthened by the informed use of credit. Right there. Stop it. Just effing stop it. The informed use of credit. The informed use of credit results from an awareness of the cost thereof by consumers. This is when I start to slap TILA in the face. This is when they start to make a mockery out of this. Because why is it that on every TILA disclosure, every cost of credit, every APR, every closing dot, they never tell you where your money is actually going and being siphoned off to? And then I wonder why. I said, through the course of my investigation, I said, why wouldn't they disclose, hey, we gonna put up the money for you to get this house, but listen, you gonna pay us back and we gonna add some off the top. You gonna pay back our fee for this. You gonna pay back our fees and our obligations to the secretary. You gonna pay back our fees to the investors over here. You gonna pay back this fees. And if you default, we gotta cover your ass. So if you default, start making a payment inside of that 91 days. Because if you don't, they're gonna close out your loan. We're gonna have to cover the investors. Now we're gonna come and foreclose against you. So we can recover our advances and fees that we put out. We don't really care that you foreclosed. I mean, that you didn't pay, because we got 40,000 of y'all in one pool. So all y'all gonna cover each other anyway. But the expenses that we had to incur by covering your ass, we going after you for that. And number two, you're leaving us, I mean, we're sharks. So we have the contract law at our disposal. We got securitization kills the debt arguments that courts reject at our disposal. And we got your promise to pay. So it's just an opportunity for us. And we're going to take the opportunity every time. So you would still want to get this mortgage? Many people would still get it. If they actually was honest, open, many people would still get the mortgage. They'll still get it. It is the purpose of this subchapter to assure a meaningful disclosure of credit terms so that the consumer will be able to compare more readily the various credit terms available to him and avoid the uninformed use of credit, and to protect the consumer against inaccurate and unfair credit billing and credit card practices. This is bullshit, because this is exactly the opposite. They're not telling you what you're really paying. They're not giving you a count. They're not tabulating what your finance charge, your interest payments are going. They never tell you. TILA will never make them tell you exactly where your interest payments are going, because the interest payments that it's going to has nothing. 2% actually goes to the people that actually put the money up for you. That's true interest. The rest of the 98% of your interest payments has nothing to do with the transaction. Nothing. Not to do with your transaction. So I'm saying TILA is a sham. And I called the government out on it too. I called TILA out on it too. I told them, what's good, Freedom? I told them TILA is a sham in so many words. TILA does not protect us the way they want you to think it is. That's why I hear these, oh, you're TILA violation. I'm like, they don't understand. They don't understand TILA. Now, the Congress also finds that there's been a recent trend towards leasing automobiles and other durable goods for consumers used as an alternative to installment credit sales, and that these leases have been offered without adequate cost disclosures. It is the purpose of this subchapter to assure a meaningful disclosure of the terms of leases of property for personal, family, and household purposes as to enable the leasee to compare more readily the various lease terms available to him, limit balloon payments in consumer leasing, enable comparisons. But how are you going to compare? What's the real comparison? What? Well, you get a 25.5 APR here, but over here you get a 23.2. I don't give a damn if it's that percentage and that. They're still not telling you, well, 20,000 of your total payments of a lifetime is going to go cost towards our program fees, our private placement fees at a clip of 50,000 a year. We're going to build that into your contract so you can pay our fees. It will never require them to tell you this. Congress would never pass a law that requires, never. Now, this is how I know that TILA and majority of these consumer laws do more to protect the system than it does to put a stop to it. Look at the definition of creditor. This is why I understand why people make these arguments online like that, because if you actually understood what's really well, they don't understand what's going on, but you get the point. The term creditor refers only to a person who both regularly extends, whether in connection with loans, sales of property or services, or otherwise, consumer credit, which is payable by agreement, payable by agreement in more than 4 installments, or for which the payment of a finance charge is or may be required. Stop right there. The argument that you are the creditor, because the same statutory definitions, consumer statutes that y'all would use to call foul on them, if I'm the lender and I see your arguments saying that you were the creditor on the contract, I'm going to look to the same statutory definitions that you're looking for to bake me a cake. So what about in that definition I just read that aligns with the assertion that borrowers are really the creditors on the contract when you look at the statutory definition of creditor? No, you're in a consumer transaction. It's governed under statutes. We're not going to, no, it's under the statute, because the courts is not looking at theories that can't be supported by the statute. So stick to the statute. Don't try to sprinkle it in, because this is where belief system runs smack in the face of reality. Don't try to sprinkle it in. Don't try to justify it. On it's right here. Do you regularly extend in the collection of loans, sales of property or services, or otherwise consumer credits, which is payable by an agreement in more than 4 installments, for which a finance charge is or may be required? Is that your position when you're going to the bank? Is that your legal position? No, I don't want to hear equity. Do you meet the definition of a creditor? Okay, the answer is no. Let's move on to the second clause. Is the person to whom the debt arising from the consumer credit transaction is initially payable on the face of the indebtedness. Stop right there. This is what I mean when I say TILA's a sham, that they do more to protect the system more than expose it. Why does it say is the person to whom the debt arising from the consumer credit transaction is initially payable on the face of the evidence of indebtedness? Stop right there. Stop right there. Why do you think they said that initially? You don't think they know what's about to happen after they close, that they about to sell it? What does this do? It protects them to keep the operations running. This stops, you're not the real creditor. Why do you think they put that there? This is what I'm saying. This protects the system. I told you, you so overly reliant on just consumer laws, consumer laws, consumer laws, consumer laws, consumer, 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 consumer. You're missing the big picture. This is why the 5 lenses of the contract is so powerful. And this is further reason why.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
Oh, let me give a shout out to Max, brother Max from TikTok. Shout out to brother Max for shout out to brother Max for becoming the newest member of the Supreme Elite Team University. I forgot to say that yesterday. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. I hope you're enjoying it, taking your time, breaking down the classes. Class 7 is being edited and downloaded. Should be in the group shortly. Class 7. If you're not, join the Patreon. Join the Patreon at the New Culture Empire. Link is in the description. YouTube, TikTok. It is the New Culture Empire at Patreon. Join the Patreon. We got more tiers. We got archive classes going up. We got the historic tax class, which is a 9-part series of the historic origins of tax laws up to its current date. So please, and a plethora of accounting classes and things to come. So, is initially payable on the face of indebtedness. So I don't give a damn if I transfer the note to Timbuktu. And the initial time you signed the contract, it was payable to me. I am the creditor. So that kills all these social media. This is what I understand. They use these same laws to support themselves, but when you actually read in these laws, it actually discredits their assertions. Now, or if there is no such evidence of indebtedness by agreement, meaning there has to be consent on both parties. Remember when I said, when she said the deed of trust pays for itself, that you really funded it, where's the agreement that you're going to fund the loan? If there's no such evidence of indebtedness, where's the agreement that you are going to fund the loan? See how these things have to be in writing? See, hold on, put the legal lens on. Click, 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 click. And someone comes to me and says, hey man, I want you to help me out my mortgage case. Here's my claims, here's my thing. This is what I put together so far. John Smith is the actual creditor because he provided the note. The first thing I'm gonna email John and say, hey John, where's the agreement between you and the lender that says that you were going to fund this loan? Can you provide me that agreement or anything in writing or any representations that they made to you? Oh, no, I don't have it. It's because, no disrespect. I'm good. Never. I'll call you back later. All right, cool. I don't want to hear nothing else. It's nothing to hear. Notwithstanding the preceding sentence, in the case of an open-ended credit plan involving a credit card, and yes, social media gurus, stop saying mortgages are open-ended credit plans. They're not. Open-ended plans are only like credit cards, revolving lines of credit. Meaning you pay your balance, the credit line gets restored. Pay your balance, it gets restored. Pay your balance, gets restored. I get so damn tired of hearing people say mortgages are open-ended credits. These are just the basics. I told you, this space we have fallen so far from grace that it's going to take some people a few years just to understand and accept the basics of this. This is just the basics. The card issuer and any person who honors the credit card and offers a discount in which a finance charge are creditors. See how they made it all of them? Because they know with the credit cards, there's a lot of collaborations on these. It's a lot of collaborations on it. It'd be Navy, Federal, American Express, this bank and American Express. They all collab together. See, they tied up that loose end. For the purpose of the requirements imposed on the Part D of this subchapter, the term creditor shall include card issuers, whether or not the amount is due. The amount due is payable by agreement in more than 4 installments, or the payment of a finance charge is or may be required. And the Bureau shall, by regulation, apply these requirements to such issuers to the extent appropriate, even though the requirements are by their terms applicable only to creditors offering open-ended credit plan. That basically just said we're going to bunk them all in together. I don't give a damn if my name is the New Culture Bank and I issue an American Express credit card because we got a collaboration going on. We got a joint venture going on. Just because that motherfucker came from American Express, I'm still the creditor. So basically it's saying it don't matter who actually put the money up. That's what they're trying to tell you because they understand the secondary market. It doesn't matter who put the money up. Just because I went to Freedom's Financials to get the $500,000 for you to close, don't mean you don't have to pay me back. That's what they're trying to tell you. We talking about the contract, what's on the face of the note. Because that's where the transaction stops for the purpose of court. They're not going to follow the transaction all the way through the multi-tiered and multi-layers. They're going to go to court presenting the original transaction. And if you're going to bring up all these highly complex accounting terms, highly complex securitization terms, you better be the plaintiff when you do it. You better be the plaintiff. You better be the plaintiff and current when you do it. Try to bring all that stuff up when you in default. Nope. That's the difference between it being honored or giving some credibility to it. You're going to look at that count. If that motherfucker's in the red, flush it down the drain. Only thing you got left is pretty much inaccurate amounts of payments, which is a bombshell within itself. Payments due. That's where that's where the ledger comes in at, the hidden figures. At the evidentiary stage. These are the judgment figures, Your Honor. Oh, you sure? Any person who originates 2 or more mortgages referred to as subsection A in any 12-month period, or any person who originates 1 or more mortgages through a mortgage broker shall be considered to be a creditor for the purpose of this subchapter. Credit sales refers to any sale in which the seller is a creditor. That encompasses pretty much them or their affiliates and all that. No. They did that to protect the system. Let me show you how they protect the system. Let me give you another example. Let me give you another example how they protect the system. Yeah, and this is not surface level. You can't understand this with the surface level nature of these spaces. This is beyond the surface because it snaps you back to reality. It gets you to see claims, not just how you bring it. How is these claims going to be perceived? What's the arguments? What's the pushback they can get? How's the court likely to see this? What is the normal, everyday understandings of these type of transactions? It's extremely difficult to try to bring arguments that's going to set new precedents in the mortgage industry. It's just not going. You're putting yourself behind the 8 ball further. Now here, let me get down right here. Acknowledgments and agreements. This section tells you about your legal obligations when you sign this application. This is why I don't understand it with people in these spaces. You come back 3 years later, now that you're in foreclosure, and try to make arguments against the same acts, functions, and dealings that you've already agreed to on multiple different occasions. The most important thing that you agreed to, it's at the application stage. That locked you in right then and there. They put these things in here. Look at this. This is a Fannie Mae form, Freddie Mac form. 1 out of every 3 mortgages is going to end up with them. You actually thought that they will have not close loose ends off. I already told y'all that about the electronic signature on line 25 of your deed of trust. That was a loose end for them. An electronic note strips the Article 9 security interest from it. It strips it when it's converted into a Article 8 in electronic intangible instrument. The security interest falls. And they knew that. This is why they added that clause in there. Regardless if you signed it, whether electronic or original, regardless if we convert into electronic, you still gonna be payable on the note as what it was. And it's not no, oh, it's illegal. You've already agreed to it when you signed the application. That kills you there. So you can't come back and be like, no, but well, you signed it. You signed the note. That's a condition. They're going to say that's a condition of the loan. So basically they say you won't even get this loan unless you waive this. So if you fight it, that means you don't get approved for the loan. You see how the system operates? You see how this protects them more than the consumer laws? The lender. This is another thing they added. Why do you think they would add this in here? Lender includes the lender's agents, service providers, and any of their successors and assigns. Right there kills 99% of your mortgage securitization arguments. I told you. I've been saying this shit for 3-4 years now. When I first started saying it, they attacked me left and right. They were so mad that I was saying those arguments fail. You know what? That Article 8, that was actually going to be one of my arguments until I ran across 15 court cases. I said, well, let me go ahead and scrap that and see that this is the difference between a person that's really out here to get the job done, because we don't mind pivoting on a dime. If that claim is going to lead us to jump off the fiscal cliff, we don't mind. I don't give a damn if I put 6 months into studying it. If evidence shows that it won't survive in court, we drop it like a bad habit. The problem in these spaces is everybody just hangs on to their beliefs so strongly, knowing that hanging on to the belief actually does you more harm. Now, the lender includes the lender's agents, service providers, and any of their successor and assigns. Service providers, meaning the ones who actually put the money up. Their own facilities that they use to get the loan, the money to originate your loan. They bundled them into it. Basically, they're saying, regardless of if they actually put the money in your hand, regardless if they went to Tom, Dick, or Harry, regardless of whoever, regardless even if they transfer the mortgage afterwards, it doesn't matter. They are still the lender. The government is saying this. This is a condition. You can't get around it. And it's the same exact arguments. Oh, you securitized, oh, you paid, oh, you're not the creditor. You didn't loan me nothing. You're not going to win that argument. Nobody has won that argument. Other loan participants include any actual or potential owners of a loan resulting from this application, the loan. Other loan participants, any actual or potential owners. I'm telling you, what did I just say 10 minutes ago? One out of every 3 mortgage loan is going to end up in a government trust. You do not think they're going to make laws and conditions that's going to protect their interests? You thought consumer laws was going to override their interests? You really thought that? They don't give a shit about little third-party debt collectors. And the only thing that you can really bring up against them is servicing errors. Why can't you bring up everything, what you really paying? Why don't they have laws for who you really paying? The real source, what you're really paying back. Where the real fees and charges coming from. They remain silent on it. Meaning they're not going to stop how the system runs. This is how the system works. They're not going to shut it down for us. Y'all, the truth is far more sinister. That's why online it's just all hopes, dreams. All you gotta do is go and say this and you'll win. There's a bigger picture. The game is deeper than what they talk about on here. Or I accept the realities of this system. I accept that these motherfuckers are wicked. And they play a vicious, dirty game. So you know what I did? I got dirtier than them. I got lower than them. Oh, credit acceptance. Oh, you still don't want to settle right now? Oh, you still take me as a joke? You are? You are? Okay, I got something for you. Let me pull that file out. Where's that file? I went right to the files. Here goes your internal lending model. Yep. You still want to settle? Don't want to settle now? Here's what the dealership sees behind the screen when the borrower or the customer is sitting on the other side of the screen. When they sitting there talking to them, having a little small conversation. Well, here's what the dealer sees. Here's your internal lending model. These your words, aren't they? This what you saying, dude? This what you saying, charge up? Oh, this is where you tell them to mark up the loans to account for all these? So you're artificially raising the price of the vehicle. Are you sure? Damn, you telling them to charge all this to us under the purchase price of the vehicle? Damn, this what you really got us? Oh, no, it's no public filing. Here's your internal lending model. And I'm going to show good faith. I'm not even going to file it on the record. Yeah, you credit accepted. You wonder how did I get that? I know. Now I see what the dealer sees. What do you think they was going to say in court? What do you think they was going to say? Damn, he got a whole, damn. Like, we're literally telling the dealer to charge all this. Yeah, I got the pool. I got their whole, I know how they work I might as well work for them. I know how they work inside and out. I know that before you walk on any dealership, unless it's a buy here, pay here, that bank already, or the finance company, like credit acceptance, 40 of those cars, the banks already own. It's already owned. It's already owned. They brought it out of auction about $2,500 dealer's license. Went to the Kelly Blue Book, and they tell them to buy for the lowest. Low. I know you giving dealerships advances so they can go purchase the vehicles. I know. Because I sent it to you as well. I didn't file it, but I sent it to you. I know what you're telling them to do, where to get it from, where to go to get the best deals. I know you telling them to mark up that purchase price. I know all of the fees are being built, bam, smack dab into the purchase price. Bobby, you get a vehicle for $2,500. The Kelly Blue Book says about $10,000. By the time that sticker price going, that motherfucker gonna say $23,500. Add a 24% APR, that's an easy $45,000 lit. I know that you telling the dealership that, yeah, this is how much we're gonna give you for the vehicle, but go ahead and tell them to get that service contract. We're gonna give you a kickback for that. Tell them to get GAP. We're gonna give you a kickback for that. So out of this $9,000 we gave you, you could potentially, especially when they make the payments, you could potentially make about $16,000 off this. So the $9,000, hey, let's say we're gonna give you 65, we're gonna wire you 6,500 now. We're gonna wire you 6,500. Tell the borrower that we'll accept the contract if they put $2,500 down payment. When you get the $2,500, we're gonna wire you this $6,500. There go your $9,000.
You're rocking with the best.
I know how the motherfuckers work so much. I could just go off memory and just throw a scenario out there on how they really operate. Just give you an example off the top of my head. Them motherfuckers own them. All them vehicles are owned. Them vehicles are owned before you walk through the door. They just need somebody to come and assume the dealer's liability. Hey, you want this car? Oh, yeah. Credit acceptors, you own the trust that owns the vehicle service contract company. You own the vehicle service contract company. You own the trust that's set up for the GAP. You own the whole thing. The application is approved by you. The terms are set by you. And you say hold on, you're just the assignee? What? You put an arbitration clause at the bottom of the contract? An arbitration clause. An arbitration clause. Go to arbitrate. Motherfucker, you won't even raise it. I don't give a shit that it's built in the contract. I don't give a damn that I signed it. You won't even raise that argument. You're going to table that. I know everybody else, they file it against it. If it got some merits to their claims, they're going to file a motion to compare arbitration, take them into arbitration, and drown their ass in deep water. I know how you do. You won't even raise the arbitration clause in this one. I dare you. The matter of fact, let's go ahead and just get it out the way now. Right. We know you trying to get around state laws by hiding behind the dealership. No, I brought your ass from under, move the dealership. Get the hell out the way. And you're lucky I didn't want to amend my complaint because I had something for computer shares ass too. Oh, I had them buried. You're lucky. You're lucky. Mm-hmm. And how? These motherfuckers is a corporate giant. They win 95% of their cases. They're extremely hard to beat. I knew that going in. I knew who I was up against. The only way that you beat these people, and when I mean beat them, I mean make them walk away for the rest of the balance and give you the property to keep. The only way you get those outcomes is you got to get dirtier than them. You can't attack them solely from a consumer standpoint. You have to step up to their world and beat them on their home turf. There's no guessing. There's no assumptions. Where you don't really know, you can't fill in the blanks on your own. You stop until you get the definitive answer. Utilize all your connections if you got them. You literally have to deep dive, not just to find things to use against them. You have to understand how they work, understand their culture, understand their practice, understand their structures, understand their language, understand how they think, understand how they defend against things, anticipate their responses, beat them to the punch. You have to actually step into that world and consume yourself in that world. I lived mentally in that world for 16 months straight. I'm talking about things that most people would find so boring. I was knee deep in it. So when I come back down to the social media world and I hear the things that I see, it's really frustrating. Hear the things that I hear and see the things that I see, it is frustrating. And remember, I didn't just focus squarely on them. All it just credit card, consumer mortgage, they all intertwine. Just a different part of the same system. I said, damn. Not only they doing this, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, JP Morgan, Commercial Bank, First Union Bank, Ally Bank, Credit Acceptance, Westlake, Santander, Lakeview, Lone Pile, UWM, God damn it, Home Depot, Lowe's, Universal, Postal Service, Apple, Bicycle Health, Yums, KFC, Popeyes, Taco Bell, Nike, Reebok. This is how the whole world operates. I was like, damn. Even music artist contracts are funded through securitization. I said, get the hell out of here. Oh, what do you know? 132 countries participated. I say, yeah, this is just how the world works. It's beyond belief. This is just how, I'm literally looking at it. This is just how the world operates. Loans, leases, all of it. This is how the world, this is just what it is. So when I hear different opinions that's outside of just what it is, it has me like, wow, you really have a long way to go. Like, you don't understand what's really going on. And these people are not going to roll over and play dead for you. The acquirers of any beneficial or other interest in the loan, any mortgage insurer, any guarantor, any servicer of the loan, and any of these parties, service providers, successors are assigned. This is the whole corporate financial system they're talking about right here in this application. They are protecting the system. Now, the property security. The loan I have applied for in this application will be secured by a mortgage or deed of trust, which provides the lender a security interest in the property described in this application. So when she was doing that dance in the video, talking about the loan, oh, the security interest and this, oh, what does that grantor mean? It means you granted them something. And what did I say? You granted them a security interest. Like, this is just common knowledge. See, the actual government refutes what that lady said in the video. It's not my opinion. This is just the reality of the system. The problem with the reality of the system, many people have never transitioned to start looking at this system from the way they see it. Everything in this space is, look at the system from the way the teacher says, or with a class or a template, following old processes, then trying to remix them in today's terms. But have you ever stopped to say, I'm going to learn how the system operates from their lens, from how they see it, regardless if it doesn't align with my belief? I'm going to see the system the way they see it. I'm going to take all my beliefs and leave it at the door. And I'm only going to go where the facts and the substantiated evidence is going to take me. That's my belief. My belief is whenever the facts take me. That's my position. Hey, Nuko, what's your belief for the system? Pretty much wherever the facts take me, that's my belief. And then there's layers on top of that. You got to have proper interpretation. You can't read one thing one time and think you're going to understand it. You got to see how it's used in multiple different settings, how to play out in court, because your interpretation of what you read, that determines how you move off what you read. If your interpretation is wrong from the beginning, every subsequent action that you take is tainted. Now, the lender, hold on, let me go here. If this application is created as or converted into an electronic application, I consent to the use of electronic records and electronic signatures as the terms are defined in and governed by applicable federal and state electronic transactions laws. Why would they have that there? They got everything else. They got the most important, the property security, who the lender is. Why did they add that right there? The electronic part, because they knew that once you convert a Article 9 security interest into a Article 8 electronic note, it strips its Article 9 security enforcement and makes it an unsecured debt. They knew that going in. So what did they do? They couldn't pass a statute that says it. See, they couldn't pass a statute. So what did they do? Write it into the application. Make it a condition. Want to know why they write it into the application? Want to know why? Because the average, y'all, we got to stop. I get it. Some of us are more advanced in this stuff than others. I get it. So I get it, how we see the world and see the lens. But we got to take our lens off and see it from the average everyday person that's not in this space, that worked, saved, pays their bills, goes about their way. The average person is going to be more worried about moving into that new home than walking away from the deal because of that clause. That's just what it is. They're not going to walk away from the home, especially their first house, especially if they got kids. The wife is going to chew the husband out if he walks, or vice versa. You get what I'm saying? So many people, it's locked in, because if you don't, then you don't get what you actually came for. Now, I intend to sign and have signed this application either using my A, electronic signature, or B, a written signature, and agree that if a paper version of this application is converted into an electronic application, the application will be an electronic record, and representation of my written signature on this application will be my binding electronic signature. Why would they start it right here at the application stage? Because it's right here where it could have came back and cooked them if they didn't have this clause in. Right here is what locks the intent in. Remember, it's the intent of the parties. Contract law, the intent. When there's ambiguity, or if a person's saying it, the courts are going to look at what were the intent of the parties. This right here is a classic evidence of intent that they can use against you. I agree that the application, if delivered or transmitted to the lender or other loan participants as an electronic record with my electronic signature, will be as effective and enforceable as a paper application signed by me in writing. They're already telling you they're transferring them to custodians. They're already telling you. So this is why when they foreclose on you, they're going to produce a copy of the note. This is why. Everything that they're telling you, if it takes place every day. Delinquency. The lender and other loan participants may report information about my account to credit bureaus. Now you're talking about the servicers. Late payments, missed payments, or other defaults on my account may be reflected in my credit report and will likely affect my credit score. Other defaults on my account. Hold on, I signed the original note at closing. Now I'm default on the account. I told you. Y'all keep acting like the guy. Or I'm getting into set you water, so I can't really say too much on it, but I'm getting into set you water.
You're rocking with the best.
Told you, the game changes multiple times. Y'all, the note and deed of trust, once you sign it's closed, it's not what you think it is anymore. Your obligation, it's not the standard. They'll switch it up 3 or 4 times, but when it gets to court, it goes back to the original, like I said. They are selling. All right, so here's the thing. As what Bernie Madoff told me, the right to receive payment is more valuable than the payment itself. Just think about why he said that. Now, that right there pretty much kills any of these arguments. You didn't loan me nothing. You're not the original lender. Yada, 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 yada. It kills that. Okay. Now, let me give you a little sneak peek on how, based on the facts and evidence of the record, what's more of a valuable claim than some of these arguments and social media things that you see every day. Let me go get something to drink, use the restrooms, and we're going to get into some case law and some cases. I'm going to read off what I put together for case coming up in September. I think September 1st.
They studying the source now. Supreme Elite. New Empire talk. Came on reading on me. They were reading memes. He was reading filings. Planning out the dream. Turn every late fee into case law heat. Judge notes, broke codes, then he proved it. Now the classroom global and the language fluid. Thomas is the blueprint. Write that in the sky, let the blueprint. From the courtroom smoke to the Newman. He designed the way we move our 2 cents. Thomas is the blueprint. Supreme League team, that's the school stamp. From the first lay bill to the full camp. New culture empire, watch the flag plan. Supreme League team, university.
You're rocking with the best.
Brother, bench farm in a credit scheme. I'm holding a raffle. I'll be letting y'all know later on. Holding a raffle. Y'all, it's been a very good week so far. Let's keep the momentum up. Let's keep the energy going. Listen, man, it's not about who has the best information, who has the right. It's not about that. I really could give 2 rats' asses about that. It's all about how can we at least move the percentage to at least a solid 10% of us beating these people. Because here's my theory. Give me 1 second. Here's my theory. We are only as strong as the majority of us. We're pro se. We're not a part of that world. We don't have to play by certain rules and unspoken codes in our world. So we could, lawyers and mass, they can't talk about the things that we could talk about. They'll refuse to do it. They'll be considered going against the grain. But in reality, what we do affects each other in these spaces, especially pro se in court. What we do affects each other. That's just how it goes. So actually, yes, if we got 10,000 people flooding the courts throughout the United States with frivolous claims, pro se, and then we come just bare minimum making legal viable claims, we may feel the effects of those 10,000 because they see us pro se. So there already may be a little prejudice against us. It's bad enough when they see pro se, they automatically assume sovereign citizen, combativeness, don't want to pay, don't know the rules. You get what I'm saying? You already, pro se has that stigma now. So yes, what other people does affect us. It does. Don't act like it don't. It does. As a whole, as a collective, it does. Now, this was the exhibit summary. Yeah, ahead of the exhibits that we attached prior to trial. Now, for those of you who kind of been following me, you know that we had summary judgment trial on June 12th. Evidentiary trial. I don't think it was summary judgment trial. Evidentiary trial, because they got into a judicial default from effing around with these social media gurus. So that at the evidentiary, I get this is the last stage that they just got to prove the numbers now. So, of course, there was confusion with the judgment figures. Trial was continued to July 10th. And then for reasons unexplained, the attorney also has a procedure that was taking place on July 10th. So we filed our exhibits, the whole binder, put a binder, our exhibits. And since they're voluminous, this document here, it's like a summary of the exhibit. So if the judge don't want to go through and read every single exhibit, at least they got this summary right here that they can read to summarize what it is. So it says, defendants do not ask the court to exclude plaintiff's service and records outright, and do not ask the court to resolve the amount due today. The defendants asked for 4 narrow rulings so that the 3 hours reserved for trial are not consumed by foundation disputes. A. The plaintiff's supplemental exhibit 5, judgment figures and breakdown, generated May 13, 2026, and plaintiff's account history generated June 4th, 2026, not be received in evidence until plaintiff has laid the predicate required by 90.8036 Florida statute. Was the evidence. Now, why did I say the plaintiff not be received in evidence until plaintiff has laid the predicate, instead of just saying don't let it evidence at all or be received as it? Because when they explain the predicate, they're explaining the corporate finance lens, which I know they don't want to talk about, because now it gets to the source, and now it's going to start trending in a direction that these charges and figures actually came from an agreement outside the scope of the note. So what they're doing is they're using another agreement and applying the terms of that agreement to the note. So all the extra fees, all the hidden fees, they're deriving from sources outside of what the note allows to authorize. It's called the hidden fees, the hidden ledgers. Not that the numbers are hidden, they are obscured, but the source of it. And the court has heard defendants showing under the trustworthiness proviso of that subsection. B, that no charge within the claimed corporate advance balance which originated as a charge or invoice of a third party be received for the truth of the amount charged unless the requirements of 89805 are satisfied as to that charge. See right there, that no charge within the claimed corporate advance balance which originated as a charge or invoice of a third party, right there, be received until the requirements of 9805. See, that's a trap door. That's a trap I'm laying for them. I'm hitting at their third party, their other agreements. But since I know it's a private agreement, I can't just be like, Your Honor, this is the agreements that they use all the time for these. Look here. I can't do that because it gets the confidentiality, because I'm really not supposed to have it. So I can't just attach me like, look. So I gotta hint at it to them and make them go to it. But if they go to it, it proves our case. So I gotta talk around it. Yeah. See, most people, they get bombshells in their hands, and the first thing they want to do is just attach it and put it on the record. I had credit acceptance internal model. I did not put it on the record because you just don't do that. Nah. You use the evidence within it and you lead them in the direction you want them to go. Basically, you just walk them down, cut off the ring on them. Now, C, that plaintiff produced supplemental exhibit 5 in the account history in unredacted form, or state on the record the basis for each redaction. The redacted fields being fields that identify the entity for whose account the records are maintained. Why did I do that? Because I have the same exact template that another servicing company used in the suit. So they're using the same platform. But in this one that I have, it was unredacted. And all the spots where the Loan Depot had redacted, in this identical one, just a different servicer, it's unredacted because I know what it's going to say. if they unredacted. See, remember, court is strategy. You don't just, everybody just want to be so blunt and just throw it all look, this damage right here, look. No, it's strategy. You're speaking to it. Like, I know they know what I'm saying. They know they don't want it to be redacted. Now they got to prove why is it redacted. And if they say, oh, this and confidentiality reasons and all this and all that, see that it sheds light because the amount due is redacted, the dates in which the account, the exhibit generated is redacted. So now it's like, well, what do you have to hide? Prejudice, bias, and all that. So it's like, what are you so evasive for? D, that any payoff quote, judgment figure, or account statement generated after June 4th, 2026 be excluded unless it was disclosed a reasonable time before trial together with itemized documentation supporting each component. Yeah, just, hey, Your Honor, these are the 4 things that we feel like needs to be addressed before. Because we already killed them on 2 inconsistencies with the judgment figures. I know they don't really want to talk about the true source. So the actual foundation that keeps the foreclosure off them, that's already been solidified. That's already stamped. So now we just I'm building on that new foundation and sprinkling more jabs at them. Death by 1,000 cuts. See, it's not just the one knockout blow with me. It's not the knockout blow. It's the continuous jabs to the body, uppercuts, hooks, combos, jab. It's just the continuous pummeling that it just continuously just pummel them, walk them down into a corner. In the alternative, if the court prefers to take these objections as the evidence is offered, defendants ask that plaintiff be directed a reasonable time before trial to identify the witness who will sponsor these records and produce the itemization supporting each component of the claimed advance balance so that the objections can be taken up without consuming the trial period. See, I'm saying, Your Honor, we don't want to waste all this time on this. Can we see the itemization? You know what the itemization is? Provide the source of those figures, meaning what agreement calls for these sources? What transaction calls for these? See, now they got to expose more of their corporate finance side without me saying it. See, I'm speaking right to it without saying it. 2, background, 4 accountings, no two of which agree. The amount due is the central contested issue at trial. Plaintiff has produced 4 separate accountings of the corporate advances it seeks to recover, and no 2 of them agree. 1, judgment figures generated March 18, 2026 and filed May 13, 2026 state a corporate advance balance of $16,955.90 within a total payoff of $417,784.10. Judgment, and this client's here, I know they're in default on that, but here's the thing. They had a hurricane. The breadwinner lost his job for a while. They repeatedly reached out, sought loss mitigation, explained the situation, even made partial payments. Like, they at least went about it trying to rectify the situation with them first. And then Loan Depot just played vicious games with him. So now I get it. Hurricane happened, played games with the loss mitigation. I mean, a hurricane come through. What the fuck? I mean, didn't want to understand the situation. Not saying they have to understand the situation, but this was considered like a natural disaster, shit like that. And they was just playing. So I get why they like, shit. Hey, I get it. I understand. Judgment figures generated May 13, 2026 and filed June 4, 2026. Plaintiff Supplemental Exhibit 5 states a record corporate advance balance of $18,350.40 with a total payoff of now $422,516.86, an increase of $4,732.76 in the total demand. See right there, the first numbers were off. That's why I was telling you. Told you I'm a numbers guy. I'm an accounting guy. When the first set of numbers are off, then you try to supplement them and add new numbers. There's going to be a difference between the first set of numbers and the second set of numbers that's still going to be unaccounted for. So let's say they try to add a new number now. All it's going to do is just compound. So that 4,732.76, they never explain how they even got there. Facts, I got the ledger with an inception in 16, but I signed at 21. I mean, that would depend on, like, are you saying like the 5-year difference? It could be the 5-year difference. I don't know. I would have to. No caps. I don't know if I got the ledger already, but I'll have to look at it again to check the context. No caps. I sent you an email too, man. Actually, what was going on in the case? I don't know if you got it yet. Man, you ain't got it. You can reply in the email, or you can reply here, whatever. Plaintiff's account history filed the same day reflects $20,068.49 in corporate advances, 1,718 more than the figure plaintiffs asked this court to reduce to judgment, without identifying which charges were excluded or why. So now you got $1,700.09 of unexplained funds. Plaintiff's customer activity statement, the documents furnished to the borrower, reflects $19,078.96, $989.59 less than plaintiff's own account history. That difference consists of 9 charges that appear on the account history and appear nowhere on the statement furnished to the borrowers, including a single charge of $810 posted February 12, 2026. This is what you get with the ledger. When you get the ledger, you are 100%.
You're rocking with the best.
I'm going to audit the whole record and decompose those figures down to the penny. They are never going to add up 100%. Whether I find it in the escrow, whether I find it in the interest, whether I find it in a suspense account, I'm going to find the numbers. Going to find the numbers. Okay, so I take this private agreement that they have. And inside that agreement, it actually tells the lenders what to charge back to the borrowers. That agreement is not disclosed to the borrower. It's not readily publicly available. I was able to get my hands on one because I'm, one of my good friends is friends with someone who worked in the highest levels in that world. So I was able to get my hands on one. But I know that these are, and he told me that these are standard industry, what they all do. So although I don't have Loan Depot's particular one, the one that I have is pretty much standard, not too much differences. So I'm taking the pieces from there and then I reanalyze them and look at what's the likelihood of Loan Depots following the same thing with their agreement and charge it back to the borrower. It came out to a 97.8% likelihood because it's a standard thing. So I'm actually bluffing Loan Depot right now because although I don't have their exact agreement, I have one that's pretty much been confirmed as industry standards. So I know they have one that's similar because they all do these things. So this is basically me saying, without saying, that, Your Honor, a lot of charges that they're filing or charging to the borrowers are from an agreement not stated on the note. See, now with this line of questioning, what I'm asking, and these inconsistencies with the numbers, these are why you see the $800 here, the $1,700 here, because those are not the amounts that they were authorized to charge under the note. Those are the amounts that they are charging from a separate agreement and passing it back off to the borrower without me coming out directly and just, Your Honor, here's a separate agreement. Because court, like I said, court's a different ball game. You got to understand strategy. You got to understand that. My bad. Especially if I'm not really supposed to have it, and then it's not my case, it's someone else. So it's basically technically saying like, well, how did y'all get it? It gets to confidentiality matters, and it can turn bad for them. Many people would take that and just file it with theirs, and you kind of got to just, it's like intel. It's inside, so it helps you, like, and you just use it as an assist. You can't just, people would want to file these things, and it just doesn't work like that. Because he's really not supposed to have it. Well, she hasn't seen it. I got it. I use it for, to help assist them. But I can't be like, all right, attach this to it. No, she may lose. Plaintiffs, all right, 12. The $989.59 difference is not a difference in cutoff dates. The customer activity statement runs through July 7, 2026, and the accounting history through June 4th, 2026. The figures compared above are both measured at the June 4th, 2026 cutoff over an identical period. Measured through its own July 7, 2026 cutoff, the customer activity statement reflects $21,728.40 in advances, including $2,649.50 posted between June 26 and July 1st, 2026, after the figures plaintiff filed on June 4th, 2026 were generated. See, every time they keep updated, this is what they're doing for that prior agreement. See, all these new numbers keep popping up after the court dates. This is from their prior agreement. So they're trying to, all right, we had to pay the CI. All right, we going to add this to recover it for court. So everything they're paying off to this agreement, they're trying to slide it back over here in court. And I'm catching them. They can't do it under Florida state law. Any state law, that's a violation. You can't do it. So these are why. So it's worded like this to make them explain. I'm basically making them explain the charges from that other agreement that they have, why it's being charged here. Oh my gosh. See, and this is what you get with the ledger. Me auditing the record, not making up numbers, not construing numbers, taking the numbers that you've already received, and I will break every number down to the penny, and I'm going to find unexplained balances, no matter where they hit it. Listen, I found 9 cents. I found numbers off down to being 9 cents. I found 4 separate charges of 9 cents to one account. That's my forte. I'm an accounting guy. I'm a numbers guy. That's one of the specialties along with the litigation. I can do my own numbers. So I don't need an audit, a securitization audit. I don't need I would run my own numbers. $91% of advances, $18,343.90 were posted on or after the date this action was filed. No invoice, payee, or service description accompanies any of the 105 charges reflected on the account history. 105 new entries were made after the lawsuit was filed. The average person would have never seen it. And they hid those 105 entries under miscellaneous this, insurance here. So they took the 105 entries and spread it all across the account to make it look inconspicuous. And all those 105, out of those 105 entries, there was inconsistencies of $30 here, 9 cents here, $77 here, blank here, right? And it all totaled up to the final, the big portion of the unexplained, it all equaled the same numbers. So example, they took $20,000 and just spread it all across all their accounts. And I found it. I said, boy, these motherfuckers are good. Oh, they good at cooking books now. Cause this is an example of cooking the books. This is an example of cooking the books. I know how to legally cook books. Trust me, I kind of learned from the best. They all do it. And they never go to jail for doing it. Because it's all within the legal loopholes to do it. So if I know how to cook books, you think I'm not going to figure out when somebody else trying to cook the books? What? There was this manual put out by the I'm not gonna say it, but it was a manual that was it wasn't put out. I just got my hands on it because it says at the bottom, not for publication. So inside manual that I don't know if it's an industry thing that bank examiners, like your Wells Fargo, like all the bank examiners, it's kind of like a regulatory guidance from the regulatory agencies basically saying, hey, if you don't want to get in trouble, you might want to do it like this, do it like this. So it's kind of like a regulatory guidance to all bank examiners and stuff. So I've studied that for 2 years. It took me 2 years to complete that. Because when I get valuable information, I take my time and read it very slowly. I'm taking notes along the way. I'm researching certain words, and I start building my branches from that. I might take, this paragraph here. This term here. Go research that term. And then I see where it's used, and I get definition, and I go back to court case. So it starts a whole nother set, and it just spawns out from there. 3, the governing standards, including the authority adverse to defendants. Defendants state the standard as they understand it, including the authority that cuts against it, so that the court is not required to develop it. A business record may be admitted upon the testimony of a records custodian or other qualified witness, upon a certification or stipulation. Yisra versus State. Witness need not be the person who made the record. Chanel versus Deutsche Bank. In Jackson versus Household Finance Corporation, the Florida Supreme Court held that a qualified witness who testifies to the foundational elements of 90.8036 lays a sufficient predicate, and rejected the position that the witness must also detail the basis of his or her familiarity with the business's practice or explain how the records were produced, disproving Maslach versus Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo Bank. No caps. I just saw your your amended. Man, plan on filing an amended petition once the stay is lifted. All right. So you think they're lifting the they're lifting the stay? So, okay, so if you are planning, you're planning on, you said the stay is lifted. So you plan on keeping the case where it's at. You're fighting to keep the case where it's at. Well, in any event, bro, um, yeah, we're here if you need us. I'll just say that. Defendants therefore do not contend that plaintiff's witness must explain the workings of plaintiff's software and do not ask the court so to rule. Two things follow from Jackson that are the basis of this motion. First, once the predicate is laid, the burden shifts to the opposing party to show that the record is untrustworthy. Love versus Garcia. Florida Statute 90803-6A. Record admissible unless the sources of information or other circumstances show lack of trustworthiness. Remember, you've been hearing me say for the past couple of weeks, the source of the funds, the source of the charges. It's the reason why I'm saying it. There's a reason why I'm saying it. Because once I realized that the source of these charges is not the note, then I immediately went to this state's laws dealing on that part of the situation. So I found case law dealing with the source. And of course, the statutes. So I need case law deal with the source. So I said, okay, instead of attacking them, saying that the charges alone are outside the scope of the note. Now, because they can get away saying, it says it right here. We may charge you fees that's authorized by the secretary or some stuff like that in the deed of trust or the note. They could use it right. Oh, it comes from the secretary. No. So what I did say, okay, instead of giving them a way out with that argument, I'm just going to make them prove the source. Make them talk about the source. Because if they start talking about the source, it's going to lead back to that agreement. That's not the note. See what I'm saying? That's why, and this is why I tell people, man, court is not just about, oh, I found this, now I'm gonna file it. I found I did this, and I just go say it. It's your arguments have to be strategized. Remember that legalese? You gotta say certain things without saying it directly. You have to throw it out there, throw the alley-oop, and let the judge slam dunk it. Because a lot of arguments people make, they make legal conclusions. And they don't even understand that they're making legal conclusions, which the court hates. I'm telling you, legal conclusions is running rapid in the pro se space. Because y'all always want to tell the court what a violation is. Y'all want to tell the judge how wrong they did and how I violated you. So basically, you're concluding that a legal violation occurred, which is the judge's job to do. So y'all have, man, I've been motions and stuff together for about 20 years. Trust me, I had to learn all this shit the hard way too. From my younger days. I filed my first civil complaint at 23 against my jail. And the same federal judge who heard that case back, probably look at that. The same federal judge who heard my civil suit when I filed it was the same judge that presided under my federal trial. I was like, oh. So basically what I'm saying is, even drafting motions, it's not just draft what happened and slap the statutes. Defendants intend to carry that burden and ask only to be heard on it before the documents are received, rather than after. Second, nothing in Jackson displaced Section 9805, Florida statute. A record that is itself admissible does not carry with it the admissibility of hearsay contained with it. 4. Ground 1. Defendants showing under the trustworthiness proviso. Why do you think I said that? I said, Your Honor, we're not trying to, we'll carry the burden. All we saying is, can we be heard on it before the documents are received rather than after? Don't already admit it into the record and be like, all right, y'all check. So that's what we asking, like, can we talk about this before they even, basically I'm saying, let's talk about this part before we even get to start with the trial. Because I know why I'm doing it. It's basically shutting them down at the door. Nothing here is sovereign citizen. Nothing here is frivolous claims. Y'all don't see or hear anything that means talking about they provided the note. They don't owe nothing. You notice how everything here is in, even though it's pro se, in a professional form, professional tone, professional reading, professional. Because I've been doing this for so long, this is second nature to me now. I've been doing this for so long. Even when I first started, I was dealing with criminal. Federal criminal, which is complex as hell. Started out criminal. I moved over to civil. I shut down the criminal side of my operation. I don't do criminal no more. If you come to me talking about you got a criminal case, I'm gonna tell you go get a lawyer. I don't do criminal no more. And I'm not too shabby at criminal law as well. Hold on. I ain't too shabby as well. Let's see. Let me see. I don't know where is it at, but I thought I'd be here. Let me see, fair case. I think it's this. Yeah, here we go, right here. Hold on. Let me see if I can oh, it's a fair case. So I do it like this. I'm gonna add it onto my layout. I'm gonna let y'all read this. Lighthouse, what's going on? I'm gonna let y'all read this. Let me get to my, let me get over here. Let me see if I can get it. I don't know why it does it like this. All right, but let me, shit. All right, so it's not StreamYard acting up. All right, here we go. Let me see if I can get it. All right, so anyways, I'll read it in a second once it stops hallucinating. Once it stops acting crazy, I'll get back to it. But it does say this. It does say this. Let me tell you what it says. It says, Thomas seeks to appeal his conviction and sentence. His attorney has filed an Anders brief pursuant to Anders versus California. The government has moved to dismiss the appeal based on the appeal waiver. In his pro se supplemental briefs, Thomas argues that Hobbs Act robbery is not a crime of violence under 18 U.S.C. 924C, and his conviction and sentence are invalid in light of Johnson versus United States. The court places the appeal in abeyance pending a decision in United States versus Ali. So what is that saying? That's saying that it wasn't my attorney that got my appeal in abeyance. My attorney filed an Anders brief, basically saying I find no meritorious reasons for appeal, but since I'm his attorney, I gotta file something. The government said, Your Honor, you shouldn't even hear this because he waived his right to appeal. That's why they put in his pro se supplemental brief, and it was from my pro se supplemental brief that got my case held in abeyance for 5 years until they screwed me 2 weeks before I was about to go home. And this is federal court. So I'm telling you, I was a dog at criminal. I was a dog at it. I actually got, for my own argument that I raised, when I first raised our argument, I got letters from law firms when I was in the feds. I was still at Hazleton. I got letters from law firms congratulating me on making such a wonderful point. The Alexandria Public Defenders, they even sent me a letter. I got at least 5, it was like 5 letters from attorneys asking, hey, if you're not represented, you need assistance, reach out to our office. And then I checked my email the next morning. My lawyer that filed the Anders brief said, congratulations on making a wonderful point, all capital. Then you say, hey, if you need anything, first, man, it'd be weeks before I can talk to him on the email. Because when you're in the feds, when you're on appeal, you get your lawyer, it's email. You talk to your lawyer through email. Right after I filed my pro se supplemental brief, man, this motherfucker was just sending me shit. Hey, read this. Hey, you might want to read this. Hey, you should read this. Hey, read this. I think this might help your case more. Read this. I'm like, motherfucker. Ain't you my lawyer? Ain't you supposed to be reading it and adding it to it? Man, he basically was just giving me shit so I could file on my own. He ain't filed nothing. But every time I asked him for something, that motherfucker was in the mail next week. So I was like, oh, it took for you to see someone that's actually serious about their case for you to want to do your job. I got it. Yeah, he did not have a hand in none of that. And I filed that on notebook, paper, and pen. I ain't even type it up. Man, I set the Fourth Circuit on fire in 2016. 27. I set the Fourth Circuit on fire with that. Everybody knew my appeal. Everybody knew my case. Lawyer, I ran into dudes whose lawyers cited my appeal as part of their brief. Yeah. Even lawyers started to jump on the bandwagon of my argument. Trust me. I ain't no slouch. I'm not no slouch at complaints and drafting. I'm not no slouch. I've been doing this shit for over 2 decades. Trust me. I am not no slouch. I learned from the best of the best. Not no slouch at all. Now, ground 1, defendant showing under the trustworthiness proviso. Plaintiff has offered 4 accountings of the same charges on the same loan, drawn from the same records over the same period, and no 2 of them agree. What is the number one thing about the ledger? What's the number one thing about the ledger? We audit the record and use everything that they filed against them. None of this is made up. The discrepancies are not explained anywhere in plaintiff's filings, and they are not immaterial. They range from $989.59 to $1,718.09 with a single component of the demand. And the total demand moved by $4,732.76 in the interval between 2 of plaintiff's own filings. Why am I finding this out and picking it out? Because I know where the charges actually came from, the other agreement. I'm just making them explain it because they will have to admit that these charges came from sources not authorized under the new. See, I know this already. So I'm playing, I'm pretty much fucking with them. It's like when you already know someone's, what did I say? You gotta get dirtier than them. This is me getting dirtier than them. I know the source of these charges. I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna make you say it. Because I'm gonna keep explaining the numbers that derive from that source. I'm gonna keep bringing it up to force you to explain it. To force you to explain it. You get what I'm saying? Oh, now that I know it, I'm just going to create the path that leads right to that. And I'm going to walk you in that direction right there. I'm not moving. We're not going on. That's why I told her during the trial. Once it clicked in my head, I said, hey, throw the script aside. We're going to play the rest of this by ear. I think I found something. That is the showing Section 9803(6)(a) directs the court to consider, and it is a condition of admissibility rather than a matter of weight. So now I'm taking the statute and saying, look here, Your Honor, they range from $989 to $1,700 within a single component of the demand, and the total demand moved by $4,732.76. Never explained as to how and why. This follows right under Section 9803. So you notice how I'm lining my arguments up to Section 9803(6). I'm not using Section 90.8036 to sprinkle it on top of my claims and make a claim to just throw a statute on top and say, hey, this is what it means. No, I get the statutory version first, and I make sure my arguments are in line with that. So now I connect their actions, what's already on the record, and the actions, what's already on the record, proves the actual statute. And that's strategies that professional attorneys use, because I learned that strategy from professional attorneys, and I incorporated that there within my own strategies I come up with. One thing about me, I'm like a black mamba in court. I'm never ever going to blatantly speak on it, but I'm gonna put it in such a subtle way that everybody knows what I'm talking about without me saying it. So it puts him in position like, damn, I know where he's getting at. He's getting to this other agreement. He's getting to chart. He's getting over there. We know where he's getting at. Damn. So I'm saying it without saying it. Every time I see pro se, they want to just throw it all in the judge's face. Look, there's fraud here that did this. Man, I will be saying fraud all throughout it without even using the word one time. Professionals know that unless you're in a high stakes securities class action lawsuit where there's real fraud involved, every professional knows you raise the elements of fraud without ever saying the word fraud. You raise the elements without even saying the word. Because when I'm done, it's clearly fraud, but I won't directly accuse them of fraud. Wanna know why? Because courts hate fraud allegations in consumer transactions that affect millions and millions of people. Fraud allegations is usually reserved for class action lawsuit securities. See, this is when you've been up, this is what I mean. When you have years of experience, you can see further down the road. You can see the procedural process of course. You can see things that are not apparent on its face. I will be speaking fraud all through it without ever saying the word, because I don't need to worry about risking my pleadings being raised to a heightened pleading standard under the who, what, when, where, how elements, and the judge is going to look for every little reason to disallow the fraud claims, because the last thing they want to do is slap a fraud allegation on a company in which millions and millions of Americans transaction with, which will call into question every single transaction they have. You see how that disrupts? That's called flying too close to the sun with your arguments. So I raise it without saying it, so everybody can infer from it, but I'm not going to say it. It's evidence amongst the elements. And it protects them as well. It keeps the judge from making an uncomfortable ruling. It keeps you from flying too close to the sun. Yes, there are claims that will have a massive effect on millions of people that the courts just would not want to rule in your favor on. There's the thing called getting caught in the numbers game. That's what happened in my federal case. I made a claim that was so valid, no one's ever made, and they've already ruled against the two cases that were ahead of mine. If they granted me relief, they would have had to grant the two cases. They would have had to overturn that, overturn all their rulings, and revisit the fact that everybody with the same similar charge as mine, with the same categorical challenges that I raised, they would be entitled to relief under the Fourth Circuit now. I got caught in the numbers game. And they looked at it and said, yo, you 2 weeks from going home? Man, if you don't get up out of here. Because over 70,000 inmates would have been freed or sentences significantly reduced under my ruling. If they'd have ruled it would have affected. Why do you think lawyers were reaching out to me? Why? Because it would have affected a lot of people. Why do you think they still heard my appeal after I waived my right to appeal? Once you knowingly, intelligently waive your right to appeal, they don't really hear your case. But they still heard my case. Why would you hear my case? Why? Because you knew I had them. Y'all, I had the federal government beat. I had the federal government beat. I'm telling you. You know it's bad when they raise, I'm on my way out the door anyway, in their briefs. You know it's that bad. I had them beat. I had them beat. I still think about that case to this day, man, because I was like, man, a constitutional claim can be raised at any time, man. I knew they was going to use it. I knew that you didn't raise it in addition. I knew they was going, I was like, yo. I said, bro, you got the same charge as me? Like, yeah. I said, bro, you know if they grant me relief, you know I'm setting new precedents. You know they gotta grant you too. He's like, I know, man. Wait. I said, man, I ain't telling this. I'm like, man, talking about 70,000 inmates in the Fourth Circuit gonna be challenging their sentence under me. I said, they're not about to set new precedents like that. Now, if I was the first one, yeah. But since I was the third one, in which they independently ruled on mine and kept mine separate from theirs, I knew. I was like, yeah, because they'll look inconsistencies throughout the courts. It had Fourth Circuit looking crazy. It's basically saying, all right, we just denied you two. That's a controlling case. But the third one, Thomas come with it, claims that y'all didn't raise, which when by byproduct of him will entitle y'all to release. Now we got to overturn our rulers on y'all two. Now that opens the door up to more. Man, I would have caused the uproar. The numbers game. Sometimes you could just get caught in the numbers game. It is what it is. That's why I don't fly too close to the sun. I am speaking about their private agreements that's not authorized by the note all throughout here without even saying the word. It's the undertone. Defendants do not ask the court to resolve it today. Defendants ask that it be addressed before the documents are received. Each of the 105 corporate advance entries records records a payment made to some third party, an attorney, a property preservation vendor, an inspector, a taxing authority, a title company. The entry on plaintiff's ledger records that plaintiff dispersed the sum. It does not establish that the third party performed the services, that the charges were incurred, or that the amount was correct. Those facts, if they are established at all, are established by the third party's own record, keyed into plaintiff's system by a person relying upon it. Just trick them in the hearsay. Trick them in the hearsay. Told you. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. And there's no, every litigator has their own niche, has their own thing. You're going to get tightened up in your arguments through experience, y'all. I know online they don't want to tell y'all that, but through experience, my unfortunate dealings with the legal system is the reason why I have this experience. Because I wasn't just sitting there, I was taking notes. I was always in the law library. I was always doing research on my own case. Even back to when I was 21, fighting my case, doing anything, sending stuff to my lawyer. Lawyer's like, it was good, but it's not applicable, but good job. I've argued my own motions in front of a judge in federal court. My lawyer said, hey, you did a pretty good job for a person with no legal background. You know, decades, over 2 decades. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. I know how nuanced this stuff can get. I know how it looks like you have a slam dunk for how you see it, but you get in the court and the motherfucker just flips upside down. I'm telling you. I know what it feels like to think you walked all night on your motion. You go to court to argue it. After 5 minutes in, the judge cuts you off and allows you to, and tells you want to hear from the other side. I'm telling you. Telling you, man. I know everybody wants to fight their own. I know, and I appreciate the enthusiasm, but having other eyes on it doesn't hurt. Paying for a documents review doesn't hurt. Paying for the audit, the ledger, it doesn't hurt your case. You gotta stop thinking you can just do everything alone, because it's the wisdom that you're really paying for, to see what you don't see, to read in between the words, read in between the numbers, catch the drift, interpretate, break it down for to get to put you in a different perspective, because you're in your own cases. You're looking at your case from the inside out. You're not looking at your case from the outside in. That's the problem. You think every claim that you raise is legit because you have nobody else with higher eyes, uninterested, just giving exactly what it is, looking at it. As soon as you do it, type it, you're not there. There's nothing that's you're measuring it up against. It's just all what you see, all what you think, all your interpretation. And although we may think we have the perfect interpretation in this space, we're all still humans. You can misinterpret what you think you read, what you think you hear. It's not, above you. Under Section 90, 805 Florida statute. Each layer must independently satisfy an exception. A witness who can testify to plaintiff's own record keeper practices cannot, by that testimony alone, supply the predicate for a vendor's invoice. Got them. Just use their own records and put it in a trick bag. See Glare versus LaSalle Bank. This is not an abstract concern. Within the claimed advance balances, within the claimed advance balances, it's hidden inside. $3,966.96 is coded to attorney advances. Plaintiff seeks his attorney's fees separately in this action. I caught them. They had $3,966.90 buried inside the corporate advances. But they got a separate $3,966.96 as attorney's fees. But when I mean buried inside the corporate advances, when I break the total corporate advances down, 60-something thousand, and allocated each advance for what they say, there was $3,966.90 that was just sitting there. So I had to find else on the record where it's supposed to be. I looked and I said, damn, this their corporate's attorney, this their attorney's fees in the same amount. So they try to double up. They had the initial attorney's fees, then they took the same amount and buried it inside the advances. Not trying to toot my own horn. I'm just trying to private awareness. You have to have a keen eye for that. Like, it's not like you stumble across it. You have to be looking for it. It's just like with an auditor that audits a balance sheets. They are looking for specific things. A lot of pro se litigants in these space, they're not at that level yet. I'm just being 100% honest. They haven't been trained to look for these things. They're serious, man. Ask any professional accountant. I spoke to many of them. They are very weird people, especially when it comes to numbers. They look for things and see things that, like, you'd be like, what the hell? We even made you even want to think there. These bank examiners, fraud prevention, account specialists for these banks, they ain't no joke. They look. They're down to the penny, y'all, to the penny. You can't play around with numbers. Numbers are what they are. If they're right, they're right. If they're off, they're off. Plaintiffs seeks attorney advances fees, seeks attorney's fees separately in his actions. Defendants are entitled to know before the ledger is received as proof of the amount due whether the same fees are being recovered twice. We know that's what they are, but we didn't say, Your Honor, they're trying to commit fraud upon the court by trying to charge me double. Many pro se litigants would have worded like that, threw it out there. Your Honor, they're trying to charge me twice. Now look at this. Defendants are entitled to know before the ledger is received as proof of the amount due whether the same fees are being recovered twice. You see how that word, you see that? See how that sounds better? Instead of just making an assertion, you're throwing the burden back on them to prove they're not trying to double up. You know, we caught their hands in the cookie jar. Explain why you're not doing this. You get what I'm saying? This is court strategy. Yo, I'm going to tell you what the professionals told me. How you word an argument matters more than the argument itself. And some of my pro se litigants in this space is y'all just too blunt with it. You got to learn how to finesse. You're too blunt. So quick to expose something. So quick to call something a violation. By you even saying this is a violation, you've already messed up. You just made a legal conclusion. One of the things that the courts hate. One of the things that they tell you, if you don't want to lose, don't word it like this. The Supreme Court said, don't word it like this if you want to survive a Rule 12b6 motion. What is the number one occurrence? You file a lawsuit against them. Instead of them responding to your substantive claims, what do? They file a motion to dismiss. They're not filing it for no reason. They're filing it because you gave them a reason to file it. Since I came on the scene, Loan Depot has remained silent to me. No more motions to strike. Before I came with these sovereign citizen gurus they were with, man, as soon as they respond, strike, motion to strike, granted, motion to strike, granted, motion to strike, granted. Since March 12th, Loan Depot has remained silent to me. Ground 3, the fields identifying the account and record are redacted. Plaintiff's account history is a report generated from a database in a fixed reporting format. The format contains header fields identifying the servicer and the client for whose the account records are maintained. On the copy plaintiff file, those fields are blacked out. The value following account history is redacted, and the investor account number field is redacted. Attached as Exhibit 6 is a report produced in an unrelated matter in the same format, the same column headings, the same transaction code descriptions, the same footer format. In that copy, the fields plaintiff redacted are populated. The header identifies the servicer by name and client number, and the PLS client ID fields identifies the entry for whose account the records are kept. All identifying information of the unrelated borrower has been redacted by defendants. So we redacted it. Defendants do not contend that plaintiffs filed another borrower's records and make no such allegations. Defendants do not ask the court to find that any particular software produced either report. Exhibit 6 is offered for one limited purpose: to show that the fields plaintiffs redacted are fields that ordinarily carry content identifying whose account the records are kept for. You see that? You see that? You hear that? You understand? Do you understand? I don't just come up here talking just to talk. When I'm not online, I'm walking the walk. Defendants do not contend that plaintiff okay. Plaintiff's own supplemental exhibit 5 identifies the investor type as GNMA and the investor number as G13. Where plaintiff obscures the corresponding fields on the record it offers to prove the amount due, defendants are entitled to the unredacted record or to a stated basis for the redaction. So basically saying, here's one here as an example. It's unredacted. Theirs is. What's under the blacked out lines? Exhibit 6 is submitted as support for this motion only. Defendants do not offer it as substantive evidence at trial and do not ask that it be admitted. Nah. No, admit it. No. I just want you to see it. That's good enough. Ground 4, the reporting format provides for reversals and none appear. The comparison established one further point bearing on the amount due. The same reporting format carries transaction codes for the repayment and adjustment of advances. In Exhibit 6, entries appear reversing an escrow advance upon repayment and adjusting a corporate advance downward. Plaintiff's account history for this loan, spanning nearly 4 years and 105 corporate advances, contains no reversal, no repayment, and no adjustment of any advance. The advance balance rises and never falls. The absence is therefore not a limitation of the records plaintiff keeps. The loan is FHA insured. The plaintiff's supplemental exhibit 5 identifies the investor as GNMA. Paragraph 13 of the mortgage permits the lender to collect fees and charges authorized by the secretary. And paragraph 9 limits recoverable disbursements to sums necessary to protect the lender's interest in the property. Whether any advance was reimbursed by the insurer, the investor, or a claim proceeding, and whether any reimbursement was credited to this account are questions the plaintiff must answer with records rather than with a balance. We know you getting, why you think of, know they reimburse you. You know you cashed out the insurance proceeds, and none of that was being credited to the escrow. When I got another one that shows that when it happens, that's what happens. When your own agreement says that's when it happens. And on here, 105 entries, there's no credits, no reversals, no adjustments at all. I find that to be very interesting. See, that's what I just said. That's what I mean in this. What I just said, that's what I mean right here. But am I coming with that tone? Nope. I'm like Muhammad Ali with the wording on this stuff. The hands can't hit where the eyes can't see. Float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. I know they don't. Many people are going to leave. Many people always feel some type of way. But I'm the one who is the source of a lot of people's projections. I'm the source of a lot of people's projections. Because many people in this space look at this as a competition. Everybody's competing against each other. So since they already in a competitive mindset, as soon as they hear something or tune in and they hear something that exceeds their understanding, they immediately tune out. It's not because of me. It's because of them. I didn't get to where I'm at today by refusing to listen to people who had more knowledge and understanding than me. That's not the pathway to success. The pathway to success is to study and learn and connect with those people who has more understanding and knowledge than you, and shut the fuck up when they're talking and ask as many questions as you need so you can understand. Ladies and gentlemen, the success rate is so low in pro se spaces and it's low for a reason. The ones who win, add up all of our wins together, it doesn't even put a dent in the loss column. Defendants make no allegation of wrongdoing and do not ask the court to assume an answer. Defendants ask that the question be answered on the record before the account history is received. If all of the data was created on plaintiff's own system, plaintiff's witness can say so in a sentence and this ground falls away. If any portion of it was created on another entity's system and later boarded, then the testimony must reach that process. See, you notice how I just told the court what really happened without telling the court what really happened? This is my way of telling the court what really happened. If any portion of it was created on another entity's system and later boarded, then the testimony must reach that process. A successor may rely on records received from a prior servicer, but only where the witness can testify that the records are relied upon and that the circumstances indicate they are trustworthy, which in practice means testimony about the verification performed at boarding. Bank of New York versus Callaway, Chanel at 1019. Information transmitted from the prior system remains subject to section 9805. That's me telling the courts they use the prior system. That's my way of saying that's the undertone. It's always the implication. That whole last paragraph is me basically saying, Your Honor, they testified that these were their own records, but they're clearly evidence of a third-party platform. Without even having to say it. Without even having to say it. Remember, saying things without saying things. Six, late disclosed figures. Plaintiff has reserved the right to supplement its exhibits. And the customer activity statement shows that advances continue to post after the June 4th, 2026 figures were filed. Given the discrepancies described above, a fifth figure produced on the eve of trial, unsupported by itemized documentation, would deprive defendants of any meaningful opportunity to test it within the 3 hours allotted. Defendants ask that any such exhibit be excluded, or in the alternative, that its admission be conditioned on contemporaneous production of the invoices, pay records, and disbursement documentations supporting each component. Wherefore, defendants respectfully request that this court enter an order granting the relief requested in Section 1 and such further relief as the court deems just. And that's the ending of the motion in limine before court. Yeah. Yep. Now, for my anybody, and this is the last one we're gonna get to. I'm not gonna read all 35 pages. I'm gonna get to pertinent parts. But ladies and gentlemen, anytime that you see online a guru or someone posting a motion to dismiss filed by the mortgage lender without prejudice, and then you never see the resultant satisfaction of lien, you never see the client come on the camera with their satisfaction in their home, showing that the lien has been, security interest has been released from the home. Anytime you just see motion to dismiss without prejudice online, you rarely, if ever, are going to see the actual follow-up or indications or evidence showing that the underlying debt has been satisfied, set off, or otherwise, forgiven by the lender, and they releasing the lien and the borrower keeps the house free and clear. Rarely, you will rarely, if ever, see that. He said, well, what happened was, so you better say it. Sometimes saying it is not saying it. Me saying it is asking the court to ask them to explain these unexplained numbers. That's me saying it. See, I'm not going to do their job for them and tell them this is where your numbers really came from. It's not my job. My job is to find the discrepancies and make them explain it. I already know the source, so I can just sit back and lay in the cut and see if they're going to lie. Because if they lie, I got them in a lie. So now I got their lie on the record versus their own admissions. Judicial estoppel. You can't play fast and loose with the courts. You can't take one position for regulatory and disclosure purposes and then take another position for court. Nope. It's called judicial estoppel. Playing fast and loose with the courts. Yeah, I didn't start just doing this 2 weeks ago. Didn't start doing this shit 2 weeks ago. So before the issues, the court involves the application of the 5-year statute of limitations and action to foreclose on the mortgage pursuant to 9111. The 5th District Court of Appeals relied on this court's reasoning in Singleton v. Graymar Associates, rejecting that the statute of limitations had expired. Because of the importance of this issue to both the lenders and borrower, the 5th District certified to this court a question of great public importance, which we have rephrased to acknowledge that the note in this case is a standard residential mortgage, which included a contractual right to reinstate. Does acceleration of payments due under a residential note and a mortgage with a reinstatement provision in a foreclosure action that was dismissed pursuant to Rule 1.420B, Florida Rules of Civil Procedure, trigger application of the statute of limitations to prevent a subsequent foreclosure action by the mortgage based on payment defaults occurring subsequent to the dismissal of the first foreclosure suit? And here it is. What they won't tell you online, what they won't ever show you, what they won't even mention, what they won't post, what they won't give you an update on, is when the lenders file a motion to dismiss without prejudice, they come back and refile again upon a new default. That's what they won't show you when the lender comes back and refiles, because they already had a celebration because the mortgage was discharged because of a dismissal without prejudice. A dismissal without prejudice does not say the underlying balance was otherwise satisfied or forgiven, which as a matter of law, the lien that's attached to the property related to the debt drops when the underlying debt is forgiven or set off or discharged. Then the lien drops. Same thing that happened in my case. The underlying debt was forgiven, part of a settlement agreement, so the lien dropped as a matter of law. They won't come and post or show you that, because what's really happening is that they're refiling later on down the line, but they won't come back because they will have to take that party that they was holding and they got to do away with it. So the only thing that you're left with is a motion to dismiss without prejudice. And you thinking that ended all, but they won't tell you when they come back and refile. All right. In this case, it is uncontroverted that the borrower, Louis Brooke Bartram, also referred to as the mortgagor, stopped making payments on a $650,000 mortgage and note, both before and after the foreclosure action was brought and subsequently dismissed. For the reasons set forth in this opinion, we answer the rephrased certified question in the negative in whole, consistent with our reasoning in Singleton, that the mortgage, also referred to as the lender, was not precluded by the statute of limitations from filing a subsequent foreclosure action based on payment defaults occurring subsequent to the dismissal of the first foreclosure action, as long as the alleged subsequent default occurred within 5 years of the subsequent foreclosure action. When a mortgage foreclosure action is involuntarily dismissed pursuant to Rule 1 420B, either with or without prejudice, the effect of the involuntary dismissal is revocation of the acceleration, which then reinstates the mortgagor's right to continue to make payments on the note and the right of the mortgagee to seek acceleration and foreclosure based on the mortgagor's subsequent default. So, all across America, when they dismiss their case without foreclosure, basically what they're doing is waiving the first default and allowing you to start fresh and make your payments again. But that goes against the teaching in these spaces, because in these spaces, they think a foreclosure dismissal without prejudice means they don't have to pay anymore. So what they do is they reach out to them. Hey, whatever, let's just start fresh. They let the teacher know. The teacher says, don't pay again. The teacher says, don't pay. The borrower gets back into bigger default. They get sued again. And the teacher that's riding high on the first dismissal without prejudice, thinking they're going to get the same thing done again, not knowing that the lender, they have analyzed the first filings. They have tightened up on all their defenses, their defects, everything that the teacher threw the kitchen sink the first time, they've already ready for them the second time. So the arguments that they're going to raise again, the lender has already closed off those loose ends. And this is when the borrower loses their house. You never see satisfaction in liens like that. You don't see legal titles to vehicles like that from a legal settlement. Two things that are extraordinarily difficult to get, I have. The chances of a pro se litigant getting those 2 feats are less than 0.1% in these spaces. So I know how extremely difficult it is. The odds of me even having credit acceptance agreed to my terms was less than 0.01%. You teachers are offering broad, everyday people the most extraordinary results that less than 0.01% of pro se litigants and defaulted borrowers will ever get. I'm a realist. I am a realist. I told my Loan Depot client last night, I said, we're not even thinking about quiet title right now. That is so later on down the line. We're not even thinking about that. We raise it right now, we're going to lose, and then you're going to be barred from bringing it up again. It's timing, strategy. We just got to chip away where we at. They think it's going to be a 30, 60-day process in court. This motherfucker could drag out for a couple years. You better have legal stamina. Legal stamina. This stuff can drag out. Listen, I spent 22 years in and out of courtrooms. Sat in hundreds of trials. The last complex trial I sat in was the United States government versus Google. During that phase when they were just throwing haymakers at each other. It was when I came in there on a good day. I wish I had a camera. I wish they allow you to bring cameras in the federal courtroom. Man, they was in an all-out slugfest. High-power lawyers from Google, lawyers for the government. All-out slugfest. Counters, haymakers, burden shifting back and forth. And each side had a response for each side. I said, God damn. Each side had a response for each side. I said, oh yeah, these motherfuckers on another level. Lawyers for Google and the government. I said, these motherfuckers they on a totally different level. Accordingly, the statute of limitations did not continue to run on the amount due under the note and mortgage. So let me get down to it. Mortgage was a standard. I'm gonna skip down a little bit. This part they're going over the sections of the deed of trust in court. They're reading it. The designated maturity date of the note was March 1st, 2035. Damn. On January 1st, 2006, Bartram stopped making payments on the mortgage and never made payments on the second mortgage. Around the same time, Bartram also stopped paying homeowners association assessments to the plantation at Ponta Verda Inc. I can't stand the homeowners association. Oh, I got something for their ass. The homeowners association be doing some wicked shit. Excuse me. I got something for their ass. I'm gonna put out the truth behind HOA in my newsletter. By the New Culture Empire, the newsletter. That's gonna be a topic. That's gonna be a topic. Newsletters, I will let y'all know when it's available. It's an initial $25 payment, then a $6.99 month subscription. And you get newsletters on up-to-date topics and current events that I talk about, and new accounting standards and little tips for your mortgage and things like that, and what's going on in the market, what's shifting. Yeah, it's basically helping you stay current on what's going on, because I know in this space is everybody, their growth is just everybody studying the same things over and over, different versions of it. I'm taking you outside of this space and getting you into the real world. The HOA subsequently placed a lien on the property for non-payment of the HOA assessments. On May 16, 2006, the bank filed a complaint to foreclose on a mortgage based on Bartram's failure to make payments due from January of that year to the date of the complaint. The foreclosure complaint stated that all conditions precedents to the acceleration of the mortgage in the foreclosure or the mortgage had been fulfilled or had occurred, and declared the full amount payable under the note and mortgage to be due. Nearly 5 years later, on May 5th, 2011, the foreclosure action was involuntarily dismissed after the bank failed to appear at a case management conference. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what happens in a lot of these foreclosure dismissals without prejudice. The bank failed to appear. What's that girl? Law response. The girl that does the credit repair, the young girl, she is saying that she won the credit card case for her client Chris over $12,000, saying that she won the case based on the merits of her case. I looked up the docket sheet. They dismissed American Express complaint because they failed to show up at court. That's not a win on the merits. That's a win on procedural technicalities. When you win on your merits, that means everything you teach and advocate for is true. I go after merits win. Anything outside a settlement or a judgment in your favor as the plaintiff based on your merits, any win as the defendant, it's a technicality by matter of law. You can't bring the merits of your claim as a defendant unless you countersue and you're the counter plaintiff and they're the counter defendant. If you're not countersuing and you're winning off the merits as the counter plaintiff, then any win that you get, it's a technicality. It does not mean what you teach and advocate for is accurate and true and transferable to the next person. You got to start putting these wins in context and categories. Every win is different. It's totally different from getting your credit card case. They dismissed their own case without prejudice, then settling your own lawsuit. There's a two totally different things. The one who settles, that's the big win that matters. But a lot of people won't have that opportunity because everybody thinks it's a defensive, defendant, just defend, defend, defend. When are you going to rise up and bring the fight to them while you're current? Well, you wouldn't have no use for this space if that was the case. That's what people have been telling me for 2 years. Well, when you're current, there ain't nothing to talk about. When you're current, there ain't no claims to raise. When you're current, what's the violations when you're current? That's what makes what I did so rare. People can't even fathom a claim outside of an FDCPA, FCRA. No, yeah, what are the claims? You can't bring that up when you're current in the plaintiff. So what else you gonna bring? So with that being said, it must be something. It must be something to it when I speak on the 5 lenses of the contract. There must be something to it when I speak on set U. It must be something to it. The bank did not appeal the decision. Following the dismissal of the foreclosure action, banker filed a motion to cancel the promissory note and release the lien on the mortgage. The trial court denied the motion in an order dated August 29, 2011, citing to its lack of jurisdiction since the May 5, 2011 involuntary dismissal under Rule 1.420B was an adjudication on the merits and the case has been closed. So it was adjudication on the merits of the bank's claims. But him being a defendant, you can't bring those merits because you are the defendant. They dismissed the plaintiff's claims. You can't file a motion to have the note and cancel. Where's your merits at? Meaning he was supposed to file a suit as the plaintiff. But in this space, let's not get the term plaintiff construed. Many people are filing lawsuits as the plaintiff, but they're the plaintiff in default or the plaintiff in a foreclosure or the plaintiff after a foreclosure takes place. You will rarely ever see people wasn't even contemplating on filing lawsuits as the plaintiff and current until I started drilling in everybody's heads. Now I get emails all the time. Hey, I'm the plaintiff and current. I'm the plaintiff and current. I'm the plaintiff and current.
Run it up, run it back. They scared of my team, they know who I am. They rolling the dice, we won cause we plan. The things that they teach don't know how to stand. I'm a rich like a stage, they can't glance. You look like you weren't like no stress. I thought so. Oh, I am the blueprint, if not why you calling me fam.
They can say whatever they want about me, but you can't say I'm not an innovator in this space. You can't say that people secretly value my advice. You can't say that people secretly watch me. You can't say that people secretly don't follow my blueprint. They act like they're not watching. TikTok, they're going to keep their ass on the outside. For everybody that's on the inside, there's at least 30, 40 people on the outside watching right now. They got too much pride and ego to let themselves be known. Approximately a year later after dismissal of the foreclosure action and almost 6 years after the bank filed its foreclosure complaint, Bartram filed a cross-claim against the bank in a separate foreclosure action Patricia had brought against Bartram, the bank, and the HOA. Bartram's cross-claim sought a declaratory judgment to cancel the mortgage and to quiet title to the property, asserting that statute of limitations barred the bank from bringing another foreclosure action. Bartram then moved for a summary judgment on his cross-claims. The court found no genuine issue as to any material fact and granted summary judgment, quieted the title to Bartram, found the bank had no further ability to enforce its rights under the note and mortgage that were the subject matter of the bank's dismissed foreclosure action, and canceled the note and mortgage. In doing so, the trial court released the bank's lien on the property. The bank subsequently filed a motion for rehearing, and after the trial denied the bank's motion, appealed to the 5th District. Before the 5th District, the bank relied on the court's decision in Singleton for its position that the trial court's dismissal nullified the bank's acceleration of future payments. Accordingly, the cause of action on the accelerated payments did not accrue, and the statute of limitations did not begin to run on those payments, at least until default occurred on each installment. The bank acknowledged, however, that it could not seek to foreclose the mortgage based on Bartram's defaults prior to the first foreclosure action, but could seek foreclosure based on defaults occurring subsequent to the dismissal of the first foreclosure action. And that is the state of these spaces today, right there. All these foreclosure defense teachers, all you really have for people is basically, let's say it goes their way. Basically, this is the outcome. Okay, all your prior defaults are forgiven. Restart the clock and you can make your payments again. But that's not what people want. People want the house and not have to pay for it. So in all actuality, when someone says, if you're facing default, come to me. If you're in default, come here. If you're being foreclosed, you know it's hard for them to foreclose. You know they really can't foreclose. You know you really loaned them the money. You know your signature created the credit. You know they're corporate actors. You know they're not real. You know they can't interact with the living, breathing flesh and man. You know you are a one man on the state. You know you're the inheritance of the land. You know God gave you this land for you. You know everything in the stars and the moons under the sun is yours. Right. All that, right? All they're really offering is to restart the clock for you. That's the service. Now, if they really came out and told you from a legal standpoint what these mortgage defense things are, do you think many people will want to go for the mortgage defense, or do you think they'll be better just to restart the clock, pay their bills on time, and then bring a complaint while they're current? Because that's the only time the courts will even entertain a quiet title. A borrower in default lacks the standing to assert a quiet title. Bartram contended on appeal, joined by petition to HOA, that the cause of action for default of future installment payments accrued upon acceleration, thus triggering the statute of limitations clock to run, because the bank did not revoke its acceleration at any time after the dismissal. The 5-year statute of limitations period eventually expired, barring the bank from bringing another suit to foreclose the mortgage. The 5th District agreed with the bank and held that if a new and independent right to accelerate exists in a res judicata analysis under Singleton, then there is no reason it would not exist vis-a-vis statute of limitations issue. The Fifth District reasoned that a new and independent right to accelerate would mean that each new default would present new causes of action, regardless of whether the payment due dates have been accelerated in the first foreclosure action. Meaning, this is what they're going to do. If you better listen to me. Matter of fact, let me see if I can get him on the phone. Let me see if I can get him on the phone. Let me see if I can get him on the phone. See if I can get him on the phone. Hold on. Your Mac must be. Shit. If I do it, I'm gonna have to do it. If I do it, I'm gonna have to do it. Hold on, let me see if I can get. Let me get my Fannie Mae. Let me see if I can get my Fannie Mae senior IT specialist on the phone. No, not using my phone. Don't use my phone. Shit. It's saying it's using my phone. I don't want it to use my phone. Anyways, I can't get them because it's hooked up to. When I call from my MacBook, keep saying it's hooked up to my phone. Oh, you know I do. Yeah, and what's for dinner? What do you mean? Tonight? From 5 to 7? I'm gonna meet y'all over there. But what's for dinner though? Woman, get in that kitchen and cook. It's like fish. No damn fish. I go. Yeah, we gotta go shopping. All right. All right. We'll figure it out. All right. The fifth, based on Singleton, the Fifth District explained a default occurring after a failed foreclosure attempt creates a new cause of action for statute of limitations purposes, even where acceleration had been triggered and the first case was dismissed on its merits. You are not getting a free house. No free house. It must be extraordinary circumstances on why. But hey, got a discharge mortgage. You're lying. Discharge the mortgage with a promissory note. And guess this how you know they're lying. All their wins is always text message wins. It's always some email. You did it, or text message. It worked. You got it done. There ain't no testimonies. They ain't the borrower showing their satisfaction to lien. And you don't know the underlying circumstances regarding it. You don't know. See, with me, you can at least see the cancel foreclosure sale. Foreclosure sale cancel in October. And meaning for them to put it back on, they got to put it on for a new date. Cancel October, lien release in November, follow up phone call with the bank, copies of the title for the title company. Nobody came and purchased it right here. I just found the title documents the other day. And that's in a non-judicial state. Even more difficult. I had to twist Navy Federal's arm for 8 months, and it was Navy Federal. And it was Navy Federal. And they don't got to take you to court either. Man, that's 0.00000000001%. That's a half a percentage point. Nah, I don't know what I'm talking about, though. Nah, I don't know what I'm talking about. Everybody knows it. Everybody got it all. Everybody's way is the right way. Go, just do your thing. All right. Let's get to Stradler also involved 2 successive foreclosure actions where the foreclosure action had been dismissed with prejudice. The mortgagee brought a second foreclosure action that was identical except for alleging a different period of default. That action was successful and the mortgagor appealed. The second district reversed the judgment of foreclosure entered on the basis of res judicata and concluded that the election to accelerate put the entire balance, including future installments, at issue. Therefore, even though different periods of default was asserted, the entire amount due was the same, and thus the actions are identical. Accordingly, the second district concluded that res judicata barred the second foreclosure action. See, back in the day, you was winning the house when they messed up. Because this was in 1963, Stradler versus Cherry Hills Developers, Inc. But when they came to the no free home, they changed it. If they're supposed to be dismissed with prejudice, they can never bring it up. So the lender would just release the lien on the house. You keep the house. See, that was decades ago. Not today. Not today. If we was back in the 60s and 70s, yeah. Let me see if I can. It was this article by a lawyer that was fucking court let me see, no free home doctrine. No free home. No free home. The courts came together, which was supposed to be dismissed with prejudice. It's now dismissed without prejudice. There you go. The Yale Law Journal. 8 years after the start of Americans' housing crisis, state courts are increasingly confronting an unanticipated sequence. What happens when a bank brings a foreclosure suit and loses? Well-established legal principles seem to provide the clear answer. The homeowners keep her house, and res judicata bars any future suit to foreclose on the home. Yet state courts around the country resist this outcome. And this is 2016. We just read a case in Stradler, 1963, where the appellate court, res judicata, barred the foreclosure. Borrower keeps the home. Not anymore. Yeah, I don't just come online, yell and rant and talk just to be heard. I do my real legal research. Notice that my sources have nothing to do with script, have nothing to do with documents that's been circulating out of the American Bulletin article, not from the Redemption Manual, which 98% of y'all teachers get y'all stuff for. They all variations of it. No sovereign citizen, HJR 192 crap. Use a coupon to pay your bills. Look at my source, the Yale Law Journal, where some of the top law firms only hire from Harvard or Yale. Banks have lost many foreclosure cases for two reasons. Both resulted from recent changes in the mortgage market. First, securitization has created widespread errors in mortgage notes, chain of assignments, making it difficult for banks to prove that they in fact own any particular mortgage. Second, securitization contracts incentivize banks to use foreclosure mill law firms to keep up with the flood of defaults, despite the fact that these firms are unable to, sometimes unwilling to detect and rectify basic legal errors. When addressing faulty foreclosures, courts are afraid to bar future attempts to foreclose. That is, afraid of giving borrowers free houses. This is why what was used to be dismissal with prejudice, you see now dismissal without prejudice. While courts rarely explain the reasoning behind this aversion, it seems to arise from a reflexive belief that such an outcome would be unjust. Courts are therefore quick to sidestep well-established principles of res judicata in favor of ad hoc measures meant to protect banks against the specter of free houses, the same promises that they make on social media. This comment argues that this approach is misguided. Courts should issue final judgments in favor of homeowners in cases where banks fail to prove the elements required for foreclosure, as they should. Furthermore, these judgments should have res judicata effect, thus giving homeowners free houses, quote unquote. This approach has several benefits. It is consistent with long-standing res judicata principles and other forms of civil litigation. It provides a necessary market-correcting incentive to promote greater responsibility among foreclosure litigators, and it alleviates the tremendous cost of successive foreclosure proceedings. Hey, I ain't mad at you. This comment also follows part one. Okay. Foreclosure began with the mortgage notes acceleration clause. Under a mortgage note, the homeowner is required to make a certain payment every month for a fixed period. In judicial foreclosure states, if the homeowner defaults on at least one payment for a specified amount of time, the bank has a choice. It could bring suit to recover just the missed payments, or can exercise the acceleration clause in the note and bring the entire remaining loan balance due. Why do you think they did this? The accelerations clause, the monthly payments, these are all practices that they instilled and inserted into these contracts over the last 60 years. It was never like that. If you go to my mortgage reality class, my mortgage reality webinar, I cover the origins of mortgages, where they originated from, where they started from. So you could see, how did we get here today? Under the mortgage contract, only acceleration allows the bank to foreclose on the mortgage. In a foreclosure suit, the bank must generally prove the following: the homeowner has signed both the note, the underlying loan, and the mortgage, assigning the house as collateral for that note. You can't get around that. The bank owns the note and mortgagor. That's up for discussion. The homeowner still owes a debt to the bank. Can't get around that. The homeowner's behind on that debt. Obviously, that's why they're in these spaces. The bank has accelerated that remaining debt in accordance with the terms of the note itself. Self-explanatory. When a bank fails to prove these elements, a judge is legally required to rule in favor of the homeowner. Recently, courts have been inundated with suits where homeowners question the bank's ability to prove the second element. Litigation over proof of ownership issues in foreclosures is a growing nationwide problem. This is what I'm saying. This started with the lawyers that defected to the borrower side as a result of the 2008 mortgage crisis. So these social media teachers online, all they're doing is just following the same script from 2008. That's their mortgage defense online today. Every mortgage defense online is going to follow the same foreclosure defense stuff that was going on with the early securitization, chain of assignments, lack of proof of all. It's the same arguments. Securitization kills the debt, late transferring to the remit. I know I'm saying a lot of things that you probably paid for or heard. And this is what I mean, understanding the human and overall mindset. The case, this shit is bigger than you and I, our cases. Sampling suggests a tenfold increase between the periods immediately preceding and following the 2007 collapse of the housing market. Cases addressing this kind of failed foreclosure have reached state supreme and appellate courts, including recently the Maine Supreme Court. In certain states, including Florida, New Jersey, New York, courts have also been confronted with cases where, after accelerating the note and initiating a foreclosure proceeding, the bank abandons the proceedings and the statute of limitations on the accelerated debt expires, calling the third element into question. This massive increase in cases where banks' prima facie cases is challenged or outright fails is not the product of novel foreclosure law or changes in its application. Rather, we argue it is due to fundamental changes in how banks handle mortgages, the same changes that facilitated the financial crisis of 2008. I'm telling you, majority of all arguments are going to stem from the early 07, 08 bank mortgage crisis, regardless of the fact that the banks have evolved since then, regardless if the arguments change, regardless if the court shut these arguments down already. When you go to the average person online in a foreclosure, you're going to get the 07, 08 version of the defense. A bank's unwillingness to invest in significant legal services to adapt to these underlying structural changes when pursuing foreclosures. To successfully bring a foreclosure suit, a bank must produce very little evidence. Why has this been proven difficult? The answer lies with the bank's own practices, aka corporate finance side, knowing how they operate, like what I've been saying. In the last 20 years, banks have significantly altered how they profit from mortgages. However, they failed to adequately adapt their record keeping and customer service practices. In the 1990s, banks began to convert long-term mortgages, familiar to most Americans, into short-term financial commodities, a process called securitization. Rather than keep the mortgages on the books, the banks sought to sell the mortgages immediately to financial entities that would transform thousands of individual mortgages into securities, financial instruments that are entitled to the bearer to homeowners' mortgage payments and that can be arbitrarily restructured and sold. After securitization, although a homeowner would continue to make mortgage payments to the originated bank, the bank ceased to have a financial interest in receiving these payments. Instead, a variety of investors own an interest in the pool of mortgage payments of which the homeowners is a part. I just said it earlier in the live. The investors. There's no secret way to set off a debt that's been securitized. There's no secret process. There's no coupon. There's no negotiable instrument. There's no money order unless it's real cash. Well, what's the definition of real cash? The same cash, the same currency that you would use if you was to walk into 7-Eleven and go buy a sandwich. That same money. The same money order you would use when you went to go pay a bill that you probably didn't want to pay, but you know that you have to. When you go take that $500, you give it to the person and they give you a money order, that method right there. We're not going to play semantics because you know how to pay a bill that you want to pay. And when it comes to bills that you don't want to pay, now there's no money. Now they took the gold from us. Stop the games. We don't play these games over here in the New Culture Empire. You know what you're doing. You know what's going on. Just say, I don't want to pay it no more, and I'm looking for a way to get out of it. Just say that. Stop with your notebook. I'm just taking notes. I'm trying to learn my rights. No, you're not. I want generational wealth. No, you don't. You want a free check. I just want to be free from the tyranny. No, you want to be free from accountability. Let's see. All right. Move down here. In many states, longest standing principles of res judicata, when taken with the state's law's treatment of acceleration clauses, require courts to grant homeowners free houses when banks lose their foreclosure cases. But many courts have declined to give these cases preclusive effect. Whether servicers lose because they fail to prove ownership or because their lawyers simply stop litigating, the first choice courts face is whether to dismiss the case with prejudice. It's going right along the lines what I've been saying for the last 4 months online. When I first started saying it, you could see when I first started bringing this up, all the foreclosure defense teachers and people who sales these processes, they was in my DM mad. You show me a dismissal without prejudice. One person. I showed you a satisfaction. Underlying debt canceled. Can you show me that? Since you're teaching foreclosure, can help people beat foreclosures. Now I said, what did he do again? You show me a dismissal without prejudice. I said a dismissal without prejudice is not tackling the underlying debt. Show me a satisfaction or release a lien. And as soon, show me another dismissal. I say that's not what I don't care about that. That means nothing to me. As soon as I said that means nothing to me, oh, you should have thought, you could have thought I called him every name but the child of God. You bitch, and then block. Just like a coward. You just want to get the last word and block me so I can't say nothing back. Cool. They're going to rant and then block you so they won't have to hear what you got to say back. Cool. But look at it. Look. And I'll just remain calm. Nope, that doesn't mean nothing. I know to everybody that follows you, they thought that meant a foreclosure motion to dismiss without prejudice means nothing to me. That is not a win. It means nothing. I'm sorry, I've been fooled. I've been fooled by these mortgage gurus. It means nothing. Clip that. It means nothing. Nothing at all. To the average person that don't know better, it means nothing to me. You take that shit, you bring it over here and be like, that don't mean shit. Ask them what happened to the underlying debt. Did they forgive the remaining balance on the note? Huh? Ask them. I guarantee you they don't got an answer for it. They'll tell you, oh yeah, the underlying note. No, it's not. In addition, oh shit. With dismissal with prejudice can be used as a sanction. Judges in foreclosure cases have issued dismissal with prejudice due to a lender's failure to appear at a case management conference or mediation or lack of prosecution, or a lender's failure to meet court-imposed deadlines. If banks attempts a subsequent foreclosure, courts must then determine whether that dismissal with prejudice bars only an attempt to collect on the particular missed payments that led to the initial foreclosure suit, or whether dismissal bars future attempts to collect on any defaulted debt. While the latter holding may seem extreme, it is in accordance with settled principles of lending law in many states. In these states, acceleration is irrevocable. Get down here. Recently, however, judges have avoided applying res judicata to foreclosure cases and have bent the rules to favor banks. This is 10 years ago when it first started, where 10 years later, it is settled now. You are not getting a dismissal without prejudice and a free house today. You're not. For example, in Maine, where long-standing precedent established that a failed foreclosure bars any future attempt to collect on the debt, 2 trial courts recently refused to dismiss cases with prejudice, even after the cases were tried to completion and the banks had lost. The judges in those cases were explicit that they did not do so. They did so to allow any subsequent actions the bank might want to bring to avoid giving the homeowners a windfall. On appeals from those cases, the Maine Supreme Court went even further than the trial courts in changing the law to favor foreclosure in blanks. The court held that banks' ownership of the mortgage, which has long been recognized as an element of the bank's prima facie case of foreclosure, is actually an element of standing. Thus, whenever a bank fails to prove ownership of the mortgage, even if that occurs at a full trial on the merits, the complaint must be dismissed without prejudice for lack of subject matter jurisdiction. In other words, the court's rulings granted banks potentially infinite bites at the apple in foreclosure proceedings. Once again, right here, the Singleton case we were just talking about. In Singleton, the Florida Supreme Court declared without analysis that barring subsequent foreclosures would produce inequitable results. And then there you go. So as it stands in every Supreme Court, every state followed in line, which was supposed to continue to be a dismissal without prejudice and the borrower keeps the house free and clear. Not anymore. The Supreme Courts have all came together and said, no free house. You are not getting a free house when you stop making payments just because you got some chain of assignment arguments or some 2007, 2008 securitization argument, because that's all the arguments you see, 2007, 2008 arguments. That's all it is online. It ain't nothing groundbreaking. It damn sure ain't no set you arguments, I tell you that much. It's all the same shit. So no, when you hear or see a motion to dismiss without prejudice and you see somebody post it online, all it means is that the prior default wiped away, but the bank can bring another foreclosure suit on another default. Why is that not music to people's ears? Because many people come to this space to keep the property and not have to pay for it. That's the whole thing. They don't want to hear, I got your first default eliminated. Now you got to make your payments on time now. They don't want to hear that. I want the house for free with your process. You're talking about something that probably rarely in your lifetime will ever happen. Very rare. And none of y'all online has the prerequisite elements to even allow the judge to do that. Extraordinary circumstances. A lot of people online, you just stop paying. There's no extraordinary circumstances. You just stop paying. Sorry, I know a lot of people's not going to like it, but I will tell you this. You're going to be in a dogfight for a long time, especially as a defendant in default before you can never turn the tables to even think about a quiet title. It's going to be at least a year or two in litigation. Back and forth. It's not coming quick and fast. And these things can drag out for years, many months. Trust me, a foreclosure suit can very well drag on for 5 years. And when they dismiss it, they're going to be silent for a minute. They're going to come back after a while and tell you this when your next payment's due. The client is going to reach out to the teacher. The teacher's going to tell them don't pay. They're going to start filing a bunch of documents. And when they default on that again, they're going to file a lawsuit. You already raised all your arguments in the first one. And you think you're going to double up the lawsuits. The lender's going to tighten up those loose ends. And they're going to snatch your house from you. But this is the part of social media that they will never show you. You ever notice why they only show you the good side online and they don't show you nothing else? It's a reason for it. All right, y'all. It's been real. It's been a 100p moment. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know how we get down. I'ma catch y'all on the back end. Good one. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, y'all. It's been real. Catch y'all on the back endy.
According to your conversation with your friend, the attorney, what we go over in group is right in line with the legal standards and the professionalism on how it has to look and what you need to know when you attack these people.
The words that he used was, "You're going about it standard operating procedures."